Hello, sir. Eduardo Martinez. You can hear him, right? You can hear me, right? No. Eduardo Martinez. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Mike, the first time I logged on, it seemed to have crashed.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't hear you, and then suddenly I was out.
I can hear you now.
Good.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, doing a mic check.
I can hear you and I see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, we hear you.
How you fine folks doing this evening?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Peachy.
It's 5 o'clock and I believe we have a quorum and city attorney, are you ready to go? Not city attorney, city clerk.
Yes, I am.
Sorry,
And I am
sorry,
too.
Ursula. I didn't mean to demean you like that. Go ahead and call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here,
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, Mayor Butt,
Here,
Councilmember Bates, Council members Bates and Willis absent.
okay, would you read the closed session agenda, please?
Yes, the city council will discuss the following in closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of potential cases, 2. Conference with labor negotiators, unrepresented employee, interim city manager, agency representative, acting deputy city manager, internal services. Conference with the real property negotiator, property terminal 1, agency negotiators, Shasa Curl and Lena Velasco. Negotiating parties, terminal 1 development, LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Public employee appointment, interim city attorney, and interim city manager.
Do we have any public speakers?
We do not.
Wow. Okay, before we go into closed session, I need to announce that I will be recusing myself under the item labeled Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation. Initiation of litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number of potential cases 2. And I'm recusing myself because my colleagues on the city council want to use this opportunity to once again attack me in secret. So with that, we are adjourned to closed session.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to correct you. Have a duty to recuse from one of the 2 items. The other item, you have no duty to recuse and has nothing to do with the first item. So I will let you know when we get to that item, and we'll let you know that's when you need to recuse.
Well, thank you, city attorney, but how would the public or anyone else know about it? Because you label these things so cryptically. So anyway, I'll be happy to recuse myself so you guys can attack me, and you let me know when I can come back in.
Mr. Mayor, the first item up is an item that you have no duty to recuse on. So I will encourage you to join the closed session and we'll let you know when we get to that item.
Okay, so I get to listen to the first item. I get to participate in the first item. Okay, well, thank you so very much, City Attorney. I really appreciate that. Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.
Jacine, can you hear me? Jacine, can you hear me? Hello, Jacine.
Hi,
All right.
how are you doing this evening?
Okay. So I'm going to put your phone on mute and I will turn it back on when we start the meeting.
All right,
Don't hang up.
I won't.
Okay. Thank you.
whether it sounds right or not. So
Okay, I see 5 council members. City Clerk, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, welcome everyone. We'll be starting tonight with a special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates,
Present.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez,
Here?
Commissioner McLaughlin, Commissioner McLaughlin, Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Chair Butt,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott, Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Open your microphone.
Oh, there she is.
okay. Commissioner McLaughlin,
I'm here.
okay, thank you.
I'm here.
Okay,
Okay, would you run the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have a conflict of interest on the Housing Authority agenda? Next item is report from the Executive Director. Nanette, are you here?
I am. I have nothing to report this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And happy holidays.
Next item is agenda review. We have two items on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to remove either one of them? Apparently not. So do we have, next item is consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson,
And Commissioner Scott?
second by Willis.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Yay.
Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Martinez,
Yes, on everything except for H4. I didn't have time to withdraw it and I had some questions.
We're on
we're
the
housing.
we're on the Housing Authority agenda.
Oh,
Right?
I'm sorry. Then yes, I'm sorry.
You got plenty of time.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Chair Butt,
Yes.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
So the special meeting of the House.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. The special meeting of the Housing Authority is now adjourned and we're moving to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes. Here, I mean.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is statement of conflict of interest. I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Does anybody want to remove any items from the agenda? Councilor Martinez, you had something, right?
No, I was mistaken. I'm fine. Thank you.
Anybody else want to remove anything from the agenda? Apparently not. You don't have any members of the public have asked to remove anything, do you, City Clerk?
No, we don't.
Okay. Next item is report from the city attorney. Final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two things to report out. The first is a correction as to who the labor negotiator was at the conference with the labor negotiator for the unrepresented employee, the interim city manager. The labor negotiator was actually the interim HR director, not the acting deputy city manager for internal services. The second item I have to report out is that by a vote of 5-0 to 1-1, with council member Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt recused, the city council directed the city attorney to report the following. Also by the same vote of 5-0 to 1-1 vote with council member Bates abstaining and Mayor Butt recused, the city council directed the city attorney to initiate litigation against the mayor for his improper disclosure of attorney-client privileged information. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I appreciate that. I will follow up by suing the city council myself. So we'll have competing lawsuits. May the best person win. Okay. Next item is report from the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. This holiday season, we want to encourage everyone to shop locally. A nice event that's coming up that we would encourage Richmond residents to bring your friends and family to is to the Craneway Craft Fair. It's going to be on November 27th and 28th in the Craneway from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is quite a lovely event. Lots of local artists participate, and it's a great way to shop local and support our community. Second, I'd like to acknowledge that the Richmond Promise, in partnership with Beyond 12 and Contra Costa Community College District, were awarded a Kresge Foundation grant. This is really exciting for young people in our community, and want to commend the staff there for their collaborative work with the school district and with Contra Costa College to improve educational outcomes in our community. And with that, I just want to say thank you, and it's a pleasure joining you this evening.
Okay, next item is recent crime report by the deputy police chief.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Louis Torona, the acting police chief. Since the last time I reported, we've had a total of 295 crimes in the city of Richmond, 40 of which are classified as violent crimes, 255 of which are classified as property-related crimes. The majority of violent crimes, 40%, or number 16, occurred in the Southern District, and the majority of property crimes occurred in the Northern District, with 106 incidents, or 42%. Since the last report, we had 1 murder, 6 assaults with firearms, and 70 year-to-date, 21 robberies, 5 sexual assaults, 44 burglaries, and 101 auto thefts. Compared to the previous month, violent crime did decrease by 22%. However, property crimes increased by 8%. We definitely encourage all of the residents to remain vigilant, especially during the upcoming holiday season, as we normally see property crimes become much more problematic. We encourage our residents not to leave valuables in their vehicles and ensure that their homes are as secure as possible. And also just encourage every one of us to look out for the well-being of your neighbors. So thank you very much.
Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment. And if anybody wants to comment on the city manager's report or the acting deputy police chief's report, they can do it during open forum. So would you call the speakers, please?
Yes, and I'll read a quick statement first. Open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You may also comment on items E and F on the agenda. If you wish to speak to an item listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called before you raise your hand. Also, please keep your comments respectful.
Okay, and I have 2 speakers at the moment, Mark Wasberg, Jamin, and Mike Parker. Just added Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, last meeting you had agenda about transgenders, but I just like to say they're living a lie. They're a fraud. They're phony. There's no operation. There's no medication can change your DNA. You can't change your genes. You are born either male or female. These she's, these freaks, they want to go into the women's bathroom and pervert after little girls and other older females just sitting there masturbating in the bathroom. Then they go into the locker rooms and they want to pervert after them. They do the same thing. They're sitting there masturbating in the corner. Here they got to take a shower with a guy. This is sickening. And they're getting into women's sports now because they're winning all the races because there's no competition because there are men competing against women. See, this is the sickness that these people have, and now they're brainwashing the children and believing little Johnny has a vagina and little Mary Jane has a penis. See, this is what you people are doing. You're polluting our world with filth and garbage. They're a fraud, and you people think like Bruce Jenner always going to be Bruce Jenner. Chastity Bono always going to be her. They're never going to change. You guys are living in some delusionary fucking stupid world. Think you're gonna some woman's gonna walk around with a fucking dick and they're over there fucking jacking off in front of women in the women's restroom. There was a situation over there in Texas where this transgender raped this child, this little girl, in a bathroom. And now it's okay for these transgenders to go in bathrooms in schools. You know, this is this sickening, man. This is what the gay, these homosexuals, queers, fags, whatever you want to call them, this is what they're doing to our society. They are poisoning them. They're poisoning our society. They're brainwashing these little children. They're so screwed up, they don't know when to stand up and sit down and take a pee. But I'm all for you suing the city council. Sue the fuck out of McLaughlin.
Time has expired.
I just wanted to say that this is hate speech and we cannot allow this in our city council. This is horrible, and I hope that the chair of this meeting takes some actions in terms of at least to give some comments that this is not allowed. We cannot allow that our transgender and non-binary community gets this hate speech in public and more attacks to one of our councilwomen here.
Okay, call the next speaker, please.
I second that.
The next speaker is Jamin. Jamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Jamin Purcell. I live in May Valley out in Richmond. I wanted to thank the mayor, Claudia Jimenez, and Eduardo Martinez for their support of Transgender Day of Awareness for the transgender people who are murdered every year in this country, and to bring attention to this and try to put an end to it. I also would like to thank the mayor and the council for their support in acknowledging World AIDS Day on December 1st. I really am encouraged to hear nobody support any of the nonsense that is said by perhaps previous speakers, but I also really want to acknowledge the strength that it takes for you guys to have to endure that as well. And I want to say I really appreciate your support of our community, of the LGBT community. And I say that as a board member of Richmond Rainbow Pride. Thank you so much. I let go of the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment briefly on the one point on the agenda where the mayor has made appointments to the police commission. I note that he has not reappointed Randy Joseph, who is currently serving or has been serving as the chair of the police commission and has been a very outspoken spokesperson for reimagining in Richmond. I think that not reappointing him shows the mayor's bias very, very clearly on this question. I want to remind the mayor that according to the rules, that if he doesn't appoint him, he still stays on the commission until a new appointment is approved. But I would urge the mayor to stop playing these political games and to reappoint Randy Joseph to the police commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jenny?
Hey,
Hello?
am I on?
Yes. Jenny?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yanni Garcia, Richmond resident for more than 30 years. I'm calling in support because I'm sad to see that Randy Joseph, our current CPRC chair, is not being reappointed. I'm curious to see the reason why. I thought we were allowed to serve on 2 commissions according to the new rules, and I see other commissioners that are on multiple commissions, and so I urge the mayor to please reappoint Randy to our commission. And I also wanted to tell our mayor and our city council, as we're getting closer to the holidays, this holiday season, where we should be about love and support, I want you to think about the legacy you're gonna leave behind when you are no longer serving in your position that the people of Richmond put you in. What are you gonna leave behind? Do you wanna be known for what is currently known? Or do you wanna change that narrative and really treat each other with respect? The beautiful thing about democracy is that we don't have to agree, but we do have to work together for the greater good of our community. So please, as you're spending time with your family during the holiday season, think about the legacy you're leaving behind. Because right now, the legacy you're leaving is very questionable. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had asked, but I guess I didn't get through. I'd like to be an open forum.
Go ahead.
Okay. A few days ago, I had the opportunity driving around Richmond, and as we see the many areas are unkept, filthy, and so forth. But on Barrett Avenue, that was a Caltrans crew that was not only cleaning up a large portion of the Barrett Avenue, the freeway entrance, but they were trimming some of the shrubbery as well. And I would think that as the mayor and the city council, we would send a letter to Caltrans expressing our appreciation for their attention as it relates to trying to clean up a portion of Richmond. And hopefully they will continue to get the Knox Freeway and the Parkway and some of the others. I think when you show appreciation and acknowledgement, people tend to respond a lot more positive toward your city. So I think it would be appropriate to send a letter under the mayor's signature to the governor and to the Department of Caltrans director, just simply acknowledging and saying thank you and keep up the good work. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
I'll be happy to do it. Why don't you work with Vern on the wording, and I'll be happy to sponsor it and send it off. But I need details about the Barrett thing because I didn't see it, but you can describe it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, motion by Johnson, second by Willis. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes. Okay, the next item is item I1. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item I1 under study and action items is to approve an employment agreement with Shasta Curl as interim Richmond City Manager, providing for a 3-month term commencing December 2nd, 2021 to March 1st, 2022,
at an initial base salary of $21,250 per month, approximately $364,602 total compensation if calculated on an annual basis, with subsequent salary increases subject to a satisfactory performance evaluation and other specified employment terms.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Mark Fox, Interim Director of Human Resources. This staff report is in conformance with Government Code 54953, subpart C3, which provides that executive pay needs to be done in open session with comment. As mentioned in the title from the clerk's office, the contract with Ms. Curl is for a 3-month term. The council and Ms. Curl have the mutual option to extend the term by an additional 3 months. As mentioned, the compensation is at $21,250 per month. This is no increase from the wage that Ms. Snyderman, the outgoing city manager, earns. There is additionally a $500 a month car allowance and a pro rata amount for a deferred compensation during the initial term of the contract. And then the contract, of course, provides for vacation, accrued leaves, and other benefits. With the exception of vacation, lead bank, initial lead bank, and the accrual rate, all other benefits are the same as provided to the city's department directors. That concludes the staff report, and would be happy to answer any questions members of the council may have.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Johnson, Vice Mayor Johnson.
I just wanted to move the item.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second it, but I think we need to go to the public speakers first.
Okay, we still have to have public speakers, so
Yeah.
Let's call public speakers if there are any.
There are none.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's call the roll for a vote. Councilmember Jimenez, you got a hand up. Did you want to say something?
I don't know if it's pertinent here or not, but maybe getting the interim or active city manager Chaza to say some words. But happy if you don't.
Chaucer, you want to say anything?
I just want to thank the city council and the Richmond community for the honor and the privilege to serve you all. And I just want you to know that I'm committed to doing a great job and working collaboratively with staff. And I just want to recognize that the last 2 years during this pandemic have been incredibly difficult for all of us. And I really appreciate the work that city staff have done as essential servants to provide service to the community. And we look forward to having open and collaborative communication and working in collaboration with you all to implement the city council's policy direction. Thank you.
Okay, let's call the roll for a vote, please.
Councilmember Bates?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson?
Yay.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item I2. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item I2 is to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 multi-year comparative position listing and amend the salary schedule to implement the city manager's reorganization of specific city departments.
So, good evening again, Mark Fox, Interim Director of Human Resources. If we could have the slide of the PowerPoint presentation, and if you don't mind, on the PowerPoint moving directly to slide 5.
We do not have a slide at KCRT.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like KCRT doesn't have a slide.
You know, while he's getting that up, I want to ask the council something. You know, this is a reorganization plan that has been very controversial for a long time. The city council's put it off 3 times. It was drawn up by a city manager who, for all practical purposes, is no longer with us. And I'm just wondering if we want to spend a lot of time talking about it. I think, you know, my impression is that there are maybe a half a dozen positions on here that that we probably ought to approve and get the ball rolling to recruit people for them. And I think the rest of it we ought to put off and at least let our new interim city manager review it and make recommendations to us. I think, Shasha, let me ask you, I've seen this somewhere before. You had a list of maybe a half a dozen positions that you thought were critical that we ought to approve, right? Do you still have, is that still something you have or you're willing to share with us?
Certainly. And first, if I may, Mayor Bett, I would like to thank Mark Fox for all of his work on this. And so I appreciate you offering me an opportunity to speak with you regarding this matter. And so first, I think that there has been a clear desire on behalf of the council to move forward things in our housing division. And so I understand that Ms. Velasco is with us this evening. We certainly have a great deal of need in community development as well as in community services. And so if the council were willing to entertain approving and moving forward in an incremental fashion, I think that may be helpful for to make sure that we are filling key vacancies, but then have an opportunity for us to come back and do an equity analysis to make sure that as things are being reconsidered organizationally, all of our colleagues are being looked at appropriately. And so for consideration, please, it would be helpful to have the Planner 2 position. It would also be helpful to have the Senior Planner position in the Capital Projects Manager, the Deputy Public Works Director, the Housing Manager, and the other positions in Recreation. At a minimum, the Deputy Director of Community Services and the Deputy Director of Employment and Training. I think if we can start there, and the city attorney may want to also opine, because I think that there was a desire for a position in the city attorney's office. But if we could start with those positions, that would be very helpful. It will allow staff to have some additional community engagement through the community needs assessment. We'll also get back the community survey and also have an opportunity, for example, to confer with our staff and library to understand how we can make sure that we're optimizing service delivery there. So with that, I have no further comments and would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with the mayor in terms of like this has been a really contest item, and I don't think like since we are appointed acting city manager Crow, that we kind of like go and discuss this in detail. But I agree that there are some important staffing that we need, and I agree with the ones that acting city manager Shasa is putting out there, and I will add maybe I will add some of them. The Rainbow General Counsel, I think like it's important now with the transition that we had the Chief Assistant City Attorney, which is something that the city attorney has been asking us to move forward. I think Jim Nantel, who is right now working in the community service, has been asking also to move with the Deputy Director of Community Serving and Employment and Training, the Deputy Director of Community Service in the library and in the recreation. I agree with the housing manager, the capital manager project, and the reclassification of planner 2 that was formerly senior analyst, which I don't see then in the resolutions. So I will like if we can move that because with the transitions, we need to have some work. But I also want to just in giving my opinion that we really need to think about more people who are providing direct services outside. Our community has been telling us that we need to clean up the streets, the parks, and looking at this reorg and looking at what is needed instead of like more at the top, really encouraging to think of more of the people, more of the staffing that is providing direct service in the community. And I agree with like looking at the library, because we really need, like, our library is a gift, a really important service that we have, and we need to advocate for really have a strong service there, because it's not only just kind of like you can go for books, but there is a whole variety of services that we have there that we need to continue. And then because this is we are in a transition, get rid of the deputy directors, the deputy city manager position. I don't think like right now is a good idea. And I like Anil is in one of them, and the other is part of like holding that for what we are doing the transition. So I think like we should keep it, and I glad that it's something about equity analysis. So it's something around to work so people understand that we are thinking about the whole staffing in a way that people feel like that we are being fair with the whole organization. So thank you. And yeah.
So is that a motion?
I will, yeah, I will put it in a motion.
Well, if I understand it, your motion includes approving all those positions listed by the interim city manager plus the chief assistant city attorney. Is that correct?
And the REM board council.
And the what?
REM board general counsel.
I'll second it right now, but acknowledging we still need to do public comment.
Okay. Okay, we've got other questions here. Councilor Martinez and then McLaughlin.
You're muted, Martinez.
Yes, Vice Mayor Johnson had his hand up before me. Did you put your hand down?
Go ahead.
It's all right. It's all right. I was just going to make the motion or second it, but it's already been done. Everyone is good.
Okay. Well, before we get around to voting on the motion, would it be possible for someone to write it up and do it on the shared screen so that the public can see what it is we're voting on, and so that everyone who's voting on it can see it? Because it's a very large motion, and there's a lot of moving parts. And I think that to see it in print is essential for it to be meaningful. Otherwise, we'll have arguments as to what exactly it was we voted on.
Well, is there somebody on staff who wants to write this up and share a screen?
I I can do that, Mr. Mayor. There is one technical problem with the motion, and that is the city has not completed meeting and conferring with the bargaining unit on the rent board general counsel, and it would be premature to bring that matter, to adopt that matter tonight.
Would you be willing to put that off for a week, Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, but I thought that you are recommending it here on the resolution of the city council in amending the salary schedule. And is there?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez. Thank you. The action for the rent board general counsel is to establish the wage. Everything else, thank you so much for the reminder. Everything else has been done for that one.
Okay, so it's okay as I said it? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I just want to agree with everything that has been said. I thought Councilmember Jimenez had said the director of recreation and the director of library as well, which are those are new positions, right? So can we include recreation and library in there, as well as community services? You already mentioned the I forget these terms, deputy director of community services or director of community services. And then there's
I heard all that. I think that
okay.
Can somebody want to write these down? And
I think Mark Fox is going to do that.
Okay.
So, but I do want to add one thing, and this is just a comment. We really need to start. Councilmember Jimenez already talked about needing people on the ground. And we have many vacancies. We have 105 vacancies or 103 vacancies. Maybe some of them have been filled since that figure went out, but we have quite a few, and we need to start filling them. So I hope our interim city manager will do what you can, and HR will do what you to really get some of these already funded positions out there recruited for. And the other thing I wanted to mention, well, there's two more things. One is I want to echo that I think Anil Camello should stay on as an interim deputy city manager. I think he oversees HR, finance, and IT. I think he's been doing a great job. And so at least for this interim period. And I also want to say, and this is another not part of the reorg chart, but the fire marshal talked to me briefly and said they have someone ready who took all the tests already, ready to be promoted to a fire inspector, and they really could use more fire inspectors. And the thing is that the test that they took and that prepares them for promotion is expiring at the end of December, which is why I'm bringing this up. So this is to our interim city manager and HR interim Mark Fox to really move that promotion forward, if at all possible, before the end of the year. Otherwise, the clock starts all over again. They have to take the test again. They have to go through that whole process. And according to our fire marshal, there's one person in particular that's ready to go with the promotion, taking the test, having taken the test. So I think we should move that forward.
well, I don't think we want to make all that part of a motion because you know,
No, okay.
it's not
I
the
hear
council's job to talk about who's going to get promoted and who's going to get appointed. And all we're doing is creating a position.
I hear you. I wanted to make it as a comment.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that is clear in terms of the Deputy Director of Community Services Library. And I think like we have been talking with Mr. Fox about it, that it's so important that it's a librarian, that is a person who knows how to manage the library. And it is key that for the staff, for the members, that is a person who really knows how to manage that. So I just wanted to make that comment.
I think that's on the list. So let's see if we have any public speakers on this item. Teresa, go ahead.
So I just wanted to jump in. Thank you to Shasa for teeing it up, and for Councilmember Jimenez to adding it to her motion. The chief assistant in the city attorney's office is a really critical position. Just to be clear, we're not asking for an extra lawyer. We're asking for a vacancy to be changed so that it is the right level. It is essentially an assistant department head, the number 2 in the office. And truthfully, it is essentially the role that Heather McLaughlin has been playing for some time.
It's on the list.
Okay, I just wondered if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. And with that, that's all I have.
Do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell Abbott, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Can you hear?
Oh, Tarnell?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tarnell Abbott, and I'm a Richmond resident. I worked at the Richmond Public Library for 22 years as a librarian. And I'm a graduate of the University of California at Berkeley with a master's degree in library and information studies. That's the MLIS degree. I really hope that the Deputy Director of Library Services be required to be qualified, credentialed with this, with the Master Library and Information Studies or MLIS degree from an American Library Association certified institution of graduate studies and have a minimum 3 years of experience as a library director. The community needs a strong library advocate and a strong library. This is the city's only educational institution and has lost too many staff and too many resources to budget cuts over the years. Lack of staff means lack of open hours, lack of programs, and a drop in use. It becomes a negative cycle. The people here in the city of Richmond deserve a vibrant library and a library director who is able to work with all types of groups, including nonprofits and community-based organizations, be capable of public speaking, balancing a budget, negotiating, writing and interpreting policies, keeping abreast of library trends, and advocating for the continued free use of informational and recreational materials and et cetera. Please hire 1 more librarian, 2, and 1 more senior library assistant. Consult with library staff to discover how many staff would be needed to open the 2 branches and the bookmobile and increase main library hours to include 3 evening hours per week and a full day on Saturday. Ultimately, the library should become its own department again. Thank you so much.
There are no more public speakers.
Okay, how are you coming with that list, Mark?
I think I can share it with the council.
Okay.
So I believe I've captured correctly. The first part on this right-hand side are the positions that that were being added under the motion. The left-hand side is the corresponding change. So add a chief assistant city attorney, add a deputy director of community services, employment and training, add a deputy director of community services, recreation, add a housing manager, add the deputy director of public works, city engineer, add the capital projects manager and planner 2. And these are the corresponding changes. So essentially it's a swap assistant city attorney for a chief assistant city attorney.
I had on my list that I heard, I had a director of employment and training.
It's right here, deputy director of employment and training.
Okay, got it. Okay.
The second part of the list is adding salary ranges. Thank you so much, Councilmember Jimenez. The first one is community engagement manager. You have approved a position. I know we haven't talked about that this evening. You've approved the position. We're unable to recruit for it because there's no established salary range. Same thing on the rent board general counsel, that council position that Councilmember Jimenez mentioned. And then these are the new classifications that you're adding in the prior table: chief assistant city attorney, deputy director of community services, employment and training, deputy director of community services, recreation, housing manager, and deputy director of public works, city engineer. And then lastly, as part of the staff report was to go, instead of going community development director, to go director of. So we have consistency within all of those. That piece is more ministerial in nature, but we do need an approving action to make that change. So I will scroll it back up so that you can see these pieces.
So, Councilmember Jimenez, does that capture your list?
Yeah.
And interim city manager, does that capture your recommended list?
I do have a request from Ms. Velasco for the senior planner position. I think that was inadvertently omitted.
Okay.
Thank you. That is correct.
Okay, so is that, okay.
And then with the understanding that staff is going to focus on filling vacancies and starting with direct services, and we will come back to city council in an incremental manner to with an equity analysis around the salary scheduler.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Isn't there also a deputy director of library that we talked about that isn't on this list?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I think we are seeking input from the council as to whether that the current deputy director of community services for library, if that's something you want to move forward with this evening, or if you would like staff to go back and do some additional analysis and or not.
I think we need to move forward, you know, on the deputy, well, as we move forward with the other deputy directors, I think we should add the library as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, put that on there, please, Mark. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, well, we already have a job description for the library and cultural services director. And in that job description, it does say that she needs that they need to have a MLIS degree.
Okay.
And I was assured that the salary range would be enough to hire someone with that sort of degree. Is that correct?
Yes. So the city has met and conferred with the union on adding the deputy director of community services library. That there was a question in terms of the minimum qualifications, and the retired library director asked about that as well. The required minimum qualifications are completion of a master's degree in library science from an accredited library school and 6 years of professional administrative experience, which would demonstrate the knowledge, skill, and abilities to do the job. So a person needs to come in with library experiences, including at least 2 years of responsible managerial and supervisory experience. Since this class spec was developed in our meeting defer process, I have reached out to the union to add an alternate as well. So in addition to a master's degree in library science, a person could come in as an alternate with a master's degree in library and information science. We have not heard back from the union. If the union is agreeable to that requested change, it does not require staff council action. It can be handled at the staff level.
Okay, I do believe it should be MLIS. As a spouse to a librarian, I know how important that is.
Well, he said he's gonna float it by the union, and if it's okay with them, it'll go in there.
I understand that.
Okay, so Councilmember Bates, you have a question?
Yes, I want to know, are the funds available for these various positions?
As noted in the staff report, if we did all of the changes, the fiscal year cost would be $189,000 and change. And City Manager Snyderman believed that those costs would be absorbed in the existing allocated budgets. With the changes that the council has made, I'm sorry, I'm not able to do on-the-fly budget calculations, but it will be reasonably close still to that $189,000 because of most of them you're seeing we're removing one position, substituting it with a different position, with the exception of the housing manager. But yes, I believe the departments will be able to absorb those costs in their current year budget.
Hey, thank you for that information. The second question.
I'm sorry.
The second question is, are our facilities fully operational? Like, is the library operating on a full-time basis now, or part-time, or recreation, or whatever? What's the status of our employee service?
Thank you, Councilmember Bates, for that question. If I may, Ms. White, would you like to take that, please?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is LaShonda White, Interim Library and Community Services Director. I will need to confirm and make sure I'm correct in what I'm stating, but I believe all of our recreation facilities are open full time. BTA is closed right now because of renovations being done, but all the recreation facilities, as far as I know, are completely open with the regular schedules. Library, I know they were increasing their hours. I don't believe that they are fully at the hours that they were prior to the pandemic, but they are working towards that goal. So I can provide more detailed information unless our library director is currently on the call to specify exactly what the hours are for the library and for the branch.
Okay, I appreciate your comment. Let me just give an observation. While you go forward with these department heads who supervise, presumably, you don't have the workers out there in the streets that are doing the job. It's important for interim city manager that we get people in the public works, if you want to clean up this city, and we start hiring, even if you have to hire part-time, because they're the ones that's going to be doing the work, not the administrators. And if you got all these administrators and no workers, then what's the purpose? It just seemed to me that we are sort of, as we go forward, we have to also go forward with a labor force that are going to be in the streets doing the work. And I don't see that forthcoming unless you got some plans within the immediate future to start rapidly hiring, even if it's part-time, the people that's going to be doing the actual work.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. Your points are well taken. I will work with our Public Works Director, Joe Leach, and make sure that we put an item on the City Council agenda to provide an update on the strategy and the resources needed citywide to clean up our city. It's definitely at the top of our list of things to do, and we are going to get after it.
Thank you.
Okay, who was the seconder of that motion?
I believe it's Councilmember Willis.
Is that right? Are you the seconder, Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item I4. Would you read that, please?
Item I4 is to adopt a resolution authorizing staff to execute a task authorization to NHA Advisors LLC for municipal advisor services and authorizing staff to execute professional services agreements with Wildan Financial Services, Special Tax Consultant, and Stradling, Yoka, Carlson, and Roth Bond Counsel for services related to land secured financing districts for the Point Molate development.
Is there a staff report on this?
There is. Thank you, Mayor. Council members, Joe Leach, Public Works Director. I'm here this evening with consultant Mark Northcross from NHA Advisors. Mr. Northcross will be presenting a presentation that the council had requested. We did recycle the staff report with some added items that included Some of the legal constraints of which the DA and DDA related to Point Molate development, of which the formation or at least good faith efforts towards the formation of a community facilities district is a requirement. And that's highlighted in the staff report. Staff report does also talk about the fiscal obligation of the developer to pay for these consultants, of which we're recommending for this evening. And with that, I will introduce Mr. Northcross and the presentation that he has related to the worst case scenario and the city's risk associated with should a CFD go into default.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yeah.
Did I miss it or did we skip I3 or is that?
We skipped it. I guess.
Sorry about that. I thought I missed something.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead with this one, then we'll come back to I3, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mark Northcross here. And may I ask that the slide deck that we prepared be screen shared now? There it is. That looks familiar. Thank you. So what I'm going to do is go through this. I'm going to go through it relatively fast, but I want to invite everyone to interrupt me anytime with questions. So hopefully I won't spend too much time on things that our council is familiar with and spend lots of times on things that they're not familiar with or they got questions on. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the risks associated with the community facilities districts. It's primarily financial, but there are other ones. We'll talk about that. On the financial side, we'll go look at what I believe is a real conservative worst case scenario based on actual experience. We'll talk about the mitigation of risks. And then at the very back end, there's an appendix with some of the slides that I presented the last time we talked about Point Molate CFD. So with that, we have the next slide. And let's skip over that one. Again, the picture of a typical Southern California suburb. What are the actual risks to the city? These are the financial risks. They're really, number one is the cost of enforcing the remedies. The city will be obligated, should it form the CFD and issue bonds, in the event that property owners go delinquent on their taxes, particularly the developer, to pursue the remedy of statutory foreclosure against their property to get those taxes paid. And these enforcement expenses related to foreclosure are significant. I wanted to go through them. We quantify them. The other one is disclosure risk, as we call it. There's a disclosure document, I'm sure you've all seen it before, called an official statement that discloses the risk of buying, in this case, the CFD bonds to potential investors. The city is legally responsible for the adequacy of disclosure. That's under the federal rules, the SEC. And it is possible, and it happens from time to time, that bond owners will sue the city, the issuer of the bonds, over the adequacy of disclosure if there is a bond default. And so we're going to go into that one as well. So questions here, otherwise we'll go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, let's go a little deeper dive on the CFD problems that are not financial risk to the city. Number one, the city is not responsible for debt service payments on the CFD bonds under any circumstances. The bonds are solely secured by a lien on the property within the CFD boundaries that's subject to the taxes. However, as I just mentioned in the last slide, that doesn't mean that bond owners, they can lose money. They can be really upset because they aren't getting paid. And there's a lot of work, which I'll go into, about dealing with bond owners if there is a default. But number one, again, back to it, the city is not legally responsible for the debt service payments on a CFD bond. Another question that came up, very good question, but again, speaking from personal experience as well as other industry-wide experience, the city's credit rating with the major rating services will not be adversely impacted by a default on the CFD bonds. The rating services publish criteria, makes this clear, and then drawing on 30 years of experience with CFDs, no public agency, they issued CFD bonds that then went into default, has had their credit rating downgraded. And it comes back to that other key fact: the bonds were solely secured by a lien on the property within the CFD. There's no city commitment, there's no city obligation involved. Your core obligation is to tell the truth to the bond investors, and the bond investors are sold, and to then pursue foreclosure remedies if some property owner goes delinquent. So let's catch my breath here. And are there questions on this one?
Yes, while you catch your breath, can you tell me how the bondholders secure their money from the liens?
Great question. Here's how it works. Melrose taxes, CFD taxes, are put on the regular county tax roll along with your Prop 13 1%, the school bonds, the whole list. They're shown as a separate line item. And you know when you get your property tax bill, depending where you are, there's a lot of line items on the tax bill laying out all the this, that, and the other thing. Well, the Melrose bonds would be one of those line items, which means that when somebody gets their property tax bill, as you know, you can't cherry pick which line item you're going to pay. Or I'm going to pay my school bonds, but I don't want to pay this. It's all or nothing. So either the county tax collector gets a check for the total amount due on the installment, or if it's anything less than that, then it's delinquent. So what happens is the county gets, just as with your regular 1% council member, your 1% Prop 13 ad valorem, they send that money to the city of Richmond, along with all the other taxing entities in Contra Costa County. When they do, I am assuming it's late December, early January, which is what it is for most counties. At that time, the city will also get money that's allocated, that was the money paid by the CFD taxpayers. And so the county will break that out. Hey, Richmond, here's your ad valorem. Here's your Point Molate CFD money. Put it in an account and you send it to the bond trustee. And the bond payments are due on CFD bonds March 1 and September 1. So assuming you get your first installment in late December, early January, you got the money in time to get it over to the county, gets it to the city, then the city gets it over to the trustee, and the trustee gets it to the bond investors on March 1. Is that helpful?
Yeah, so the city becomes the middleman in these transactions?
Bingo, you're passing through the money.
You're right. And so what if we have a financial department that is overburdened with other things?
Well, that's a good question, because you got a legal obligation to pass the money through. And I'll let your finance people, if they're here on the call, they can address the details of that. But you are absolutely right, council member. Your staff has an obligation. They get the wire. I'm presuming it's a wire from the county. You got to put it in the right account, and you got to wire it over to the bank trustee. And that's on staff. That's your staff that has to do that.
Right. So can you give me some idea of how much work that is?
You know what? I don't, and I apologize, but I think that should go to your staff, because they do stuff like this before, now, so they should address that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great questions. Keep them coming. Let's go to the next slide. Enforcement expenses. Okay, this is in the real world and actual bad news situations from throughout our state. This is your real financial liability. The enforcement expenses can be significant. Okay, so I want to make that clear. You got to retain, there are law firms that do nothing but pursue statutory foreclosure remedies against delinquent parcels. There's a whole process laid out in the state statutes. You got to dot every I and cross every T. You got to do it right. And if you don't, it's almost like every time you have to go back and start over again. So it can take from 1 to 2 years to go through it.
I actually have a couple more questions about the previous one. So if there is man hours that the city has to put into this, is there any way for the city to be compensated for the amount of work that we do in being the middleman? Did you get frozen?
Council member, I think he froze.
But yes, there is an administrative fee associated with the CFD, the CFD fee.
Right, and so do you believe that it's compensatory to the amount of work?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see. I wonder if Mr. Northcross is probably logging out and logging back in.
What are we doing? Waiting for him to come back?
We are.
Okay.
I will use this time for a bio break.
You know, if he's not going to come back, maybe we could, I mean, he'll be back eventually, but maybe we could go back to the item we skipped and deal with it.
Mayor, I just did
Get word from him. Apparently his power went out and he's reconnecting through his phone.
Okay. Do you think he'll be back on soon, or?
I would give him 60 seconds. And if it's beyond that, then yeah, it would make sense to go back to I3.
We can live with 60 seconds.
Thank you.
They call this dead air in news.
Maybe while we're waiting for him to come back, I've got a question for the city attorney. You know, this is all very interesting, but don't we have a legal obligation to cooperate with Winehaven Partners LLC in setting up a CFD?
Yes, Your Honor, we do. Your Honor, I'm sorry, long night. Mr. Mayor, we do. And in fact, the staff report talks quite a bit about some of the discretion that ordinarily we would have with respect to a CFD in general has been limited by the entitlements and contracts that were approved by the City Council in September of 2020. And so much of that discretion and those decisions have already been made. We still need to go through a process, but we need to do so in good faith and within the limitations set forth in the DA and the DDA, which are the two contracts that were approved last fall, along with the entitlements.
Well, I think it's, this is a very interesting discussion, but the gist of it seems to be that the city council is considering whether or not they want to move forward with the CFD on the Point Molate project. And again, my impression, and I think you've reinforced it, is that that's really not a choice we have right now. So, Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question?
Yeah, so now that you brought up that, yeah, and none of the letters, and this is a question for staff or for the city attorney, none of the letters the staff is sharing the amount bonding they will work with. And in terms of that, like, how much is that? How much is the amounts that we are talking here about these issuing these bonds first? And then if the city has any discretion on the amounts of these bonds, or because these DA and DDA were signed by prior council, city council, and we don't have that discretion. So I just wanted to know more about that part. How much money are we talking about here? How much discretion the city has, and you mentioned that the city doesn't have that much flexibility because the prior city council agree different terms that actually are not common with this community facility development. So I just want to hear that the amounts and what discretion we have, if we have some.
So I think I'm going to need to pull in our consultant here to talk about the amounts of the financing. It may also be some other staff members. Joe, I'm not sure if you can assist with that.
Yeah,
Mark's in the attendees. We're working with KCRT to get him into as a panelist.
Can I come in as a panelist?
City attorney, but there is nothing in the DDA or in DA that set up these amounts or not?
So
yeah, I can take that a little bit. Council member, it's in part the issuance of the bonds is based upon the magnitude of the infrastructure and the cost of the infrastructure that's required. And then we're also able to take into account the operations and maintenance of that infrastructure. And then there's also an opportunity for a public benefit component to the CFD. So until we know it, and part of the financing plan that was presented in the DDA and DA as an attachment outlines a fairly high level of some of those order of magnitude costs. But as they get through the design and get in, kind of dive into the details, those costs will kind of be illuminated and refined.
So can we talk about can you mention the amounts for the public to know?
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
And also if there is a discretion that we have, and maybe from the city attorney, hearing that would be good.
So I think Heather is jumping on here and maybe able to help with some of those details.
Right, and I think hiring these consultants will also help us refine the cost further and see whether the plan is a good one. So the city's discretion is pretty limited because of the DA and the DDA, but there is some discretion that the city does retain. So for example, we have to make sure that it's not causing an impact on the general fund and that it's meeting the requirements of the underlying plan of the housing of 920 units. I also don't have the preliminary financing numbers. I didn't bring that binder with me on vacation, but that is an attachment to the DDA and DA.
So to back up, some of what we're doing here tonight is to essentially initiate that process of figuring out those numbers and figuring out what is possible given the parameters of the DA and the DDA. But it is certainly a very true statement that the combination of the DA and the DDA limit our discretion much more so because some of those decisions were already made by the prior council when they approved those. So the consultants will really be going through that and helping us determine where there's wiggle room and where there isn't.
I see a couple more hands up. Councilmember McLaughlin and then Martinez and then Bates.
Yes, I just want to start out by saying this is important because we're doing our due diligence. That's what this is all about. And I really appreciate the PowerPoint presentation, and I hope we get the consultant back on as soon as possible so we could continue it. But I also want to really find out if it is true. I mean, I hear you, what you're saying, we have limited discretion, but are you basically saying that SunCal can essentially dictate how many millions in bonds that the city must issue to support their project? You know, I mean, is it their financing plan that we have to adhere to as long as it doesn't affect the general plan? I mean, you know, we still could be, you know, I'm hearing these default and foreclosure and bankruptcy options. So we have some liability here, and it's, you know, do they just get to say how many millions that the bond would be for?
No, they don't get to just say how much it will be for. There's some parameters laid out in that preliminary financing plan. So it'll be a negotiated amount in the end that satisfies the improvements that are desired. So we do have discretion, but just a little, not as much as one would normally have.
So that's what the previous city council majority passed.
Correct.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I'd like to wait for the consultant to come back.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, I don't know if this has already been asked. I came back after my bathroom break, but on the staff.
You don't have to tell us where you went, Eduardo.
Okay. Well, I don't have to tell you what I did.
No, please don't.
But in the agenda report on page 3, it says that the Point Molate development agreement that was passed by the previous council regarding the city's obligations to SunCal regarding the construction and facilities bonds, it says that, well, it seems to say that the development agreement takes away any legal rights normally given to a city under state law to participate or not participate in issuing these bonds. Is that correct?
So that's what we were trying to say, that it's limiting your ability. Normally it'd be totally and completely up to the city as to whether or not to do this, but the DA and DDA do limit your ability to say no.
So you're saying that the former council basically gave up the city's rights to participate in the bond issuance?
Well, you're just more constrained than you would normally be. So as we mentioned before, you know, you do need to make sure that it's not going to obligate the general fund and that it's carrying out the project.
Right, but still, I mean, we did give up rights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So, City Attorney, I need to ask you something. Are we violating the federal judge's order by having this discussion, communication among council members about Point Molate, particularly an item of Point Molate that was raised in the documents that were provided to federal court?
That's actually a great point. And I think based on that, we should probably table this until after our meeting with the court.
Well, let's get an answer from the city attorney first.
So there is nothing here that is taught. This item is on your agenda. It's something we need to do to get to the finish line. What the court is wanting to look at are what are your efforts to really implement and whether or not you are complying with your obligations under the amended judgment in the Giddyville case. the inquiry regarding what you're doing with this item on a going forward basis would not violate that order. There are conversations, other types of conversations that would most certainly violate that order. But what we were looking at here today is whether or not to hire the consultant. You're all asking questions about where your discretion lies under the contract. These are all going forward kinds of questions that would not violate the order that was issued by the federal court.
Well, I hope the judge agrees with you. So Councilman Martinez, did you get done or are you?
No, I didn't get done. One of the other questions was asked, but I'd like to ask it in a different way. So exactly, well, actually you did answer it, what discretion we have, but the discretions that we have seem to be a bit abstract in terms of impacting the general fund. I mean, I was asking about the city being middleman, and I wanted to make sure that we weren't impacted by having to provide man hours in order to administer the Belarus bonds. But there's other ways that the city can be impacted, the general funds can be impacted, and some of them can be hidden costs. So could you talk to some of those issues? You know, for instance, the maintenance and operation of new fire stations, firehouses.
So I think we may have the consultant on the line. Joe, do we have the consultant on the line?
Mark, are you back on?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Okay, excellent. I am actually in my electric car, which has power, and I'm driving to find a place that has a cell tower that's better. So my apologies. I'm really sorry. I think the council member was asking about the other costs of besides the CFD, like maintaining public facilities. Joe, was that what the question was?
Yes, although I think Councilmember Martinez should re-ask his question.
Okay.
Yeah, I was curious as to hidden costs. You know, for instance, if the Belarus bonds estimates the cost of maintenance and operation to be something, and it turns out to be more, wouldn't that impact the general fund?
The short answer is yes. The long answer is that risk can be mitigated by how you set up the special tax formula and how the taxes are allocated and what has priority, meaning that, for example, city administrative costs for the CFD normally are number one. You could make the city's cost for infrastructure maintenance, for example, the fire station, as you noted, be number two.
So this is one way that we could still have a say in the Belarus, because
yes, council member, the city runs the Belarus in your sole discretion. You know, and I'm not addressing any of the other issues about the DA, the DDA, the court judgment, all of that. But absent all those things, this is your special district. The city council runs it.
Right, but
so Mark, can I interrupt for just 1 second?
Well, just let me finish this. My issue is with the restrictions that the DDA has. This will not be a normal Belarus because of the DDA.
And I will say yes, but beyond that, council member, I'm going to let your city attorney deal with
the legal questions on the DDA.
You know, maybe you guys don't care, but when I'm asked to testify in federal court, I'm gonna tell the judge that we had a lengthy discussion about Point Molate, DDAs, CDFs, you know, and the city attorney said it was just fine. Don't worry about it. So if that's what you guys want to go down, then you can keep talking about this.
Well,
But
if that's an issue, I make a motion to table the item.
You gotta let other people speak, Eduardo. Don't do that.
Well, the mayor's concerned
well,
about.
is there a second to table? Motion dies for lack of a second. Okay, let's go ahead. But I still think we're on dangerous ground. I think we're defying a federal court order.
I don't think it was the intent of the federal court order to prevent you from moving forward with your obligations under the DA and the DDA. I think the intent of the court order was to make sure you all weren't planning with each other about what your story was going to be when you testified, what you've been, what has happened in the past. I do not think the court order intended you to freeze this process. And in fact, we are under quite a short time frame at this point. And so if you table this and you decide not to talk about it, your next meeting is 2 weeks from now, and we start running into difficulty about getting this to the finish line. So I just want to caution you about that piece of it.
The only point I'm making is that we should be having this conversation without any reference to Point Molate. We should be looking at these questions in the abstract instead of talking about Point Molate and the DDA and the DA. That's my point. So, Councilor Jimenez?
Well, it's kind of difficult to talk about Belarus without talking about the DDA, because the DDA alters what we can do with Belarus.
Well, that's your opinion. Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
It's a valid one.
Yeah, I think I have two questions that I still like. We were waiting for the consultant to come, and one is none of the letter in the staff is sharing the amount of funding that we will be working with and the infrastructure and the facility. I know that some of you say like that it is going to be in the financing plan, but they are some numbers that are there, and I would like to know that. So that is my first question. And then the second question, I think like Heather, you had been talking about some limitations that we have. Can you elaborate more on that? And can you list all the limitations that we have? Like saying under the normal circumstances, this is what a Belarus could work from the city, but because we have this DDA and DDA, these are the limitations. So, and it's not about, like for me, it's like we know that we have to approve and continue to that. I'm hopeful that this council will do that today. But I just want to make sure that we have full disclosure of everything here, so everybody knows what we are voting on and why we are voting on this.
So the main restrictions you have is you have to work in good faith to get this done. And the restrictions you have are that it has to be directed towards a minimum of 920 units, and that it doesn't have an impact on the general fund. And so as we've discussed earlier, the impact on the general fund is addressed in part through the administrative fee that we were talking about. And I believe Mark was going to talk about how you could organize or prioritize the funding so that it would minimize or reduce any impact on the general fund by listing the order that the funds would be used in. So those are the main restrictions you have.
Yeah, you say that, yeah, we have some limitations. I just wanted to make, and then the other question is about how much money? What is the amounts that we are talking here?
I was
And
just
I
about to go
really-
look that up on the website because I believe that I've got the DA up there. So let me take a look and if I find it, I'll raise my hand again.
Heather, this is Mark Northcross. I can answer that question. The financing plan in the DDA shows approximately $150 million in infrastructure requirements in total for Point Molate. Of that total, the SunCal request, as shown in the financing plan in the appendix to the DDAs, is for about $100 million. So I'll call it the rounded number to use is $100 million is what they're looking to get out of the CFD of what they show as a total of $150 million in infrastructure.
Thank you. $100 million that we are going.
May I add a couple of things? That amount would not all be issued at once. I suspect there will be at least 2 and probably 3 or more series of bonds issued as the project builds out.
And we will have discretion, like we had to commit the $100 million, or do we have discretion about this number, or is not? It's set up because the DA.
In a normal CFD, council member, you have discretion. I will defer to your city attorney on any limits on your normal total discretion because of the DA and the DDA.
Can city attorney, you ask that question and you answer that question, please?
Well, we have to issue enough, unless there's a different way of financing it. You have to issue enough bonds so that you can accomplish the improvements. So it would not be good faith if you said that you were only going to issue $5 of bonds when it really takes, $10 to get the project done. So that would be a limitation.
A limitation because the former city council approved this. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, are you ready for your questions?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see we have a serious number of speakers waiting to be heard. So I like to be brief and to the point. And to our consultant, anyone that owns property recognize that is probably one of the most valuable commodities to own and have. God's not making any more properties. So therefore, what properties we have are extremely valuable. So I'm looking at this as it relates to whether it goes into bankruptcy, and I'm quite sure any project that goes into bankruptcy, there's going to be thousands of people ready to come in and acquire those properties because that's just how valuable properties are. My question to you, have you heard of any project that under the Belarus, whatever funding mechanism, have you heard of any project going into bankruptcy and having to bear extreme debt on behalf of the city? Do you know of any project other than maybe some remote area? Go ahead.
No. There's been a couple of them I know of that have gone into bankruptcy, that come out of bankruptcy. The only expense that the city had was significant, which is hiring bankruptcy counsel to go deal with that whole thing. And it might go on for years. But in those cases, when the property cleared bankruptcy, the lien related to the Belarus and plus all the other property tax line items was fully intact, and it accrues interest in California at 1.5% per month. So you get all your money back that you spent, and it could be a lot. I showed up $1.75 million was my worst case estimate in the slide deck. You get it back, and you get it back with interest. And but you got to go through the bankruptcy process. And unfortunately, to be realistic, on a major project, if it does go down and they gets into trouble, they are very likely to file for bankruptcy, and you got to go fight that battle temporarily on your own nickel.
So the bottom line is this: cities all over the United States, if a bankruptcy occur, eventually will not only recoup whatever cost is associated, but will accrue additional. And once that bankruptcy take place, other people will go in and purchase that property, and the taxation continues as if the bankruptcy never existed. Is that a fair assessment? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is, sir. It is totally right.
And this is nothing but a diversionary tactic by some of my colleagues to deny the opportunity for this gentleman to go and build some property in Point Molate. That's all it is. So I think we're clear. There's no liability of any extent on the city. So what is the problem other than that? We're not going to lose any money. So what's the problem? Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to mention, put a little bit more context in what Councilmember Bates is saying and what Mark, the consultant, has said. And he said this in the last meeting when we discussed this as well, that there is a cost associated. Yes, we would get reimbursed. First of all, we know SunCal has already experienced bankruptcies. So that's doing our due diligence. We're asking these questions. And it sounds like there would be an impact on the city before the reimbursement would come through. So in that interim period, a year, 2 years, 3 years, however long it takes, there would be an impact on services, and the people of Richmond would suffer as a result of it. So I agree that we're likely going to move this forward. But one question I have for staff is, who are the attorneys that drafted this agreement, the agreement that has the CFD? I think it's the DDA. Which attorneys drafted that? Can you tell me?
So I think the DDA was drafted by
Sharts' Freeze.
Yeah, Jody.
So I do think this was a negotiated contract. So the attorneys who were drafting and negotiating on behalf of the city, with the direction of the city council at the time, which is the prior council, which the direction was at that point to go negotiate this. And to, help draft it. So it was Sharts' Freeze that did the DDA on behalf of the city. I am not certain who was representing SunCal and Winehaven at that point. As you may recall, that neither Heather nor I were here at that time. I joined Richmond last November, so November 2020, and Heather joined us early in the year this year, after you all were sworn in, the 2 council members were sworn in. So
the attorneys.
Can you say that again, council member?
Would you repeat the name of the attorneys?
The name of the firm is Sharts' Freeze. And again, that was the firm that was representing the city in terms of drafting the DDA. And negotiating that. And again, when you're negotiating on behalf of a client, the client is giving you your marching orders. And the marching orders at that point was to go get it done.
Okay, I think it's time to call public speakers and either move this or not move it. So
Can I have a last question for the consultant?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask you follow-up question, because we were discussing how sort of like we are talking not only from the infrastructure costs and the building costs, but also we will have to build a new fire station and a new police station. We were talking about the cost of the maintenance and operation over time to be able to be included in the, so that the new homeowners there in the houses or the resident in the district area were the ones also potentially will be paying that. So it's not like the whole city of Richmond is subsidizing these high-end housing development. So in terms of that, what did you have any information additional of how that could be part, and if it's something that it could be done, or is also a limitation that we have because the DA and the DDA?
Thank you, Councilmember. It's a great question. And I will start with what I'll call a normal CFD and let Heather or Teresa talk about the special things about the DDA. In a normal CFD, the city can carve out of the special tax payments money sufficient to maintain, and or in this case, to build a combined police and fire station and to operate it, meaning fully staff it and all of that. You can do that. You have the power to do that. And the way it would work, I think Councilmember Martinez is asking about how the cash flow worked from the property taxpayer to the county and back to the city. When the property tax money, the special taxes, comes from the county to the city, what staff would do is say, okay, we got this big slug of money in from Point Molate CFD. We know according to the special tax formula that a certain piece of that percentage goes to operating and maintenance of the police and fire station or whatever else infrastructure is written into the special tax formula. So we aren't going to send that money to the bond trustee. We're going to put that in a special, I'll make up a name, Point Molate maintenance and operation account. And then whatever's left over, we'll send over to the bond trustee. And that's how it works. So and I'll make a, kind of a long story out of it. What you got to get right is the allocation formula. So that when the checks or the wires come in from the county, your staff knows exactly how much to pull out of that and set aside for maintenance. Does that help, council member?
Yeah, so maybe city attorney, could you tell us if this is something that we can do, or if there is some limitation on this part?
I don't know if we know that yet. I think that we can still work within the parameters of a normal CFD to achieve that goal. So I think our consultants are going to help us with that once we get them on board. Knowing that the goal is no impact on the general fund, I think we can design it. But if we can't, then there's the opportunity for the council to find that we can't meet the requirements as set forth in the TDA.
Are you still here, Mark?
Yes, I am, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let's go to public speaker.
Actually, I just have one more question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. One more question.
Yeah. And this deals with good faith. So they've asked for 150 million for infrastructure. So the question is, because we always get all these overrun costs, construction people keep coming back and say, oh, we discovered this or we discovered that, and we need another 100,000 or another million. So if SunCal comes into cost overrun, would we be obligated to do more bonds to show good faith?
Great question, Councilmember Martinez. And yes, cost overruns happen in Belarus districts as well. However, should we bring a resolution of intent to this council, which is the first of the two different council meetings required to form a CFD, the council is going to set an absolute dollar amount limit on the amount of infrastructure that can be financed or funded from cash, pay as you go, in the taxes, and it will set a maximum amount of bonds. And so those are hard numbers. You're pouring concrete on them legally. I'm playing lawyer here, but I'm feeling that that particular case I can. And once they're set, basically it is nearly impossible to change them. So what that means is that if you're SunCal, you're the developer, and those numbers end up not being enough, too bad. The cost overrun is on your nickel.
Okay, City Clerk, do you have public speakers?
We do. We have two public speakers. I have Jim Hansen and Paul and Anita. I'll start with Jim Hansen. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. I really appreciate your digging into this. I think there's a shudder going through Richmond right now to think that we would be responsible for $100 million for wealthy housing at Point Molate when there's so many other needs that a Melrose bond could be doing for the city. And I really, honestly, for the members of the council who voted for these DDAs and this DA who are on this council right now, I hope you'll do something about this. I don't know what you can, but it sounds like we've given away as a city the ability to determine what we can fund. We've given it away to a bunch of multimillionaires in Irvine. I mean, it's really scary because you all have been working so hard to make the budget work, so hard to make everything balance, so hard to plan ahead. And this is just here it comes. And I'm sorry, staff, but there's been no information in three letters about the amount of money that was at risk here, the amount of money that was involved. The first letter was kind of and council, how could you know any different? The first letter was boy, wouldn't it be nice to hire some land secured financing consultants? It was very general. It didn't even mention Point Molate Council until you started asking, and it came up at the second meeting. So this is scary. And I want to say that the consultant's report, I'm sorry it didn't show up tonight. There were some very good slides, and there was one about, in line with what you're talking about tonight, mitigation risk reduction. And I hope you will talk about that or ask the consultant about that. And also the fact that land values, this is land secured financing, can decrease. And he mentions that in the last slide. And he also talks about how this benefits the overall city. So I do appreciate this.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Paul and Anita. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Paul Carmen, Richmond resident. I have a fundamental question about the discretion that the current city council has. Now, they're being told that they have no discretion, that the previous city council had forfeited all discretion. So why is this on the agenda? If the staff has already been vested with the authority to hire the consultant, why don't they just do it? I think that there's more discretion that's vested in the city council that's more than what staff is telling them. I believe that to be the case. If not, it shouldn't be on the agenda. You know, we've seen it was this DDA was signed, and then it went before the design commission, and they were told it doesn't matter how you vote, we're moving it to the planning commission. It went to the planning commission, and they said, we don't care how you vote, we're moving it to the city council. And it's just more of the same, where it doesn't matter how you vote, we're just going to move it forward. And then the city puts on their legal documents, well, the city council approved this, the planning commission approved that, the design review board approved that, when they were told that it was going to be moved forward with or without the recommendations. The next thing is, as far as discretion, when the DDA was signed, the decision hadn't even been made whether they were going to do CFDs or EIFDs. And so I don't believe, and I'll go back and look at the DDA later, I don't believe that forming a CFD was ever locked into the DDA. The other thing is that hasn't been brought up. The developer said they were only going to fund percentage of the project with the CFDs? Because they said they didn't want to overburden the home buyers, so that they were going to start with
Your time has
private equity.
expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I wish we could have heard Paul Carmen out, because what he was getting to was pretty interesting and new to me. But I guess I just want to say that when this whole thing came up and was being discussed, what we knew about Point Molate was there was no infrastructure there, that it would be incredibly expensive to build there, and that the homeowners, if they made a Mello-Roos, whatever you call it, Mello-Roos district, the homeowners would be carrying not only their big mortgages, but a huge yearly sum to pay back the bond investors. And here we are, and I agree with what Paul said, that it's like the whole thing has been moved forward without anybody really talking about what we're looking at. This really stinks. And the other thing I want to ask is, the lawyer you said was some firm named Freeze. Who was paying that lawyer? Because all along the way, we've been told we're hiring consultants and we're hiring, people to defend the EIR, but SunCal, it's all going to be reimbursed by SunCal. So I have a question about who is paying Freeze, if I got the name right, and whose interest they were negotiating in. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I'm looking at a document from about Mello-Roos taxes, and it says the Mello-Roos taxes may be paying for both services and facilities. The services may be financed only to the extent of new growth, and services include police protection, fire protection, ambulance and paramedic services, recreation program services, library services, the maintenance and lightings of parks, pathways, streets, roads, open space, museums and cultural facilities, flood and storm protection, and services for the removal of any hazardous substances, and so on and so forth. So I hope that, I don't think it's a good place to build, because frankly, my worst case scenario is, okay, it gets built, people move in, and then there's a huge fire at Chevron and a lot of people die because there's only one road in and out. And where's the liability of that? And, who's going to be paying those taxes when those houses burn down? It never made any sense to me. It still doesn't make any sense to me that you'd want to put housing there. And what about the removal of some of the hazardous waste? Can we use some of the money for that? There is still hazardous waste out there, as far as I understand. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. But I think it's important that people understand that the prior city council put legal handcuffs around the incoming city council, and is not, it's not right. This is what happens when you go in the back room and make these shady deals. So I'm glad that at least that's coming to the light. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion so we can move on the rest of our agenda? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I'll make a motion, but I do have a question, a couple of questions. First of all, for the consultant. One is about the mitigations for the bond risk. We didn't get to that slide. If you could just elaborate a little bit on the mitigations that you have put into that slide in terms of mitigating bond risk. And the other question is I think we have talked about in the past, at the past meeting, that there are community improvements and city services that are of benefit to the entire community of Richmond and not just SunCal's project that can be used from the Mello-Roos bonds. So can you tell me what that's all about? How can other community services apart from the project be funded? So that's the one question, and the other is the mitigations. And then I will make my motion.
Okay, thank you. I understand the questions. Can I ask whoever is running the slide deck to go to slide, I believe it is slide 21, which has the potential risk mitigation measures. And I can't see it as I'm in my car as PG&E cut the power lines to this part of Mill Valley. And if it's up, that's great. The number one mitigation measure is the ratio of the appraised value at the time of bond issuance to the amount of bonds being issued. And you want that ratio to be strong. The minimum normally used is 3-to-1, but it can be higher. It can be 4-to-1, 5-to-1, or even higher. And that it gives you a lot of good mitigation that in the extremely unlikely event there'd be a failed auction out of the bankruptcy court. So that's the first thing you do. Second risk, obviously, is disclosure counsel. It's the disclosure risk, telling the truth. As one of the members of the public mentioned, the chances of a catastrophic fire at the Chevron refinery coming over the hill and doing, again, more catastrophic damage. That's the kind of thing you want to make sure when you put together your disclosure document for bond investors, that's all in there. You know, it's clearly in there, and all those things that you can think of. And I do want to encourage, based on long experience, members of the public and electeds looking at the disclosure document and commenting on it and giving us insights like that one member of the public did. That's really good stuff. We want to get it in that bond disclosure document. I mentioned, the $1.75 million in potential, foreclosure, bankruptcy, admin expenses. Well, you can pre-fund some of those out of the bond proceeds. You can also make it possible to reallocate bond proceeds to fund those expenses, assuming there's some left when and if a bankruptcy actually does occur. You can also require the developer to fund major infrastructure before the bond funds are released. You can, say, look, you're funding this particular piece of the infrastructure on your nickel. When it's done, we'll start using bond proceeds. That technique makes sure the developer does have cash equity in the land. And oddly enough, but no surprise, the land value in the event of a foreclosure is increased by the fact that the developer has put improvements into it. Finally, it's not being done much now, but I've done it past my career, and other cities have done it. The developer posts a letter of credit guaranteeing 1 or 2 years of debt service. That really is kind of in the same category as having the developer fund out of their own nickel some of the major improvements first. It's making sure they've got cash into the land, and which means they're less likely to go delinquent, not pay their taxes, and so forth. Then, council member, before I go on to talking about community benefit, does that answer your question on risk mitigation?
Yes, and I think that's very important that these be totally integrated or incorporated into any plan that comes forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll talk about community benefit. I'm going to play lawyer for just a little bit. The city of Richmond is a charter city, and what that does under the Mello-Roos law, it gives you a certain power to expand the use of Mello-Roos for things that are not specifically defined in the state statute. You can sort of you take the Mello-Roos statute and you can amp it up to do things that you can't otherwise do. You've got that power. And what that means from the standpoint of community benefit facilities or services, you've got a wide range. And it goes back, and then I'll go back to Councilmember Martinez's great question on the flow of funds from the property taxpayer to the county back to the city, you could, when that wire comes in from the county with your slug of property taxes and Mello-Roos taxes, in addition to an allocation for maintenance of infrastructure like the police fire station, paying the bond owners, you can have an allocation that goes to, say, paying for an expansion of the library or for doing special services, for the community in one way or another. And you can write that into the Mello-Roos tax formula, and you can make an allocation. And that is under what I call normal Mello-Roos with a charter city can do that. San Francisco for Treasure Island wrote all kinds of stuff into that Mello-Roos because they're a charter city. They could do it. And what I want to do is defer to your city attorney, because this is not normal Mello-Roos. You got the DDA and the DA. They may have restrictions on it. But again, given absent that, it's the statute itself plus your charter city's powers, you can fund major facilities outside of Point Molate that don't directly benefit Point Molate, and the same for services.
Okay, did you get your question answered, Councilmember McLaughlin?
I did, but I don't know if that was a question to our city attorney or if she has an answer.
So on that item, we are still looking at it. I think that it can still be done with the DA restrictions, but I don't want to mislead you all. So we are still looking at that issue.
Okay, so I will make my motion right now. I know there's other people with their hands up, but I'll make my motion and we'll see where this goes. So I make a motion to approve this item. And also I realize this is coming back to the council with its with the actual process for developing the CFD. And when it comes back, I would ask that various cost scenarios, do we have to do the whole bond at once? What kind of discretion can we do to protect the general fund, and mitigations to basically to mitigate the bond risk. So let me state it again for clarity. This item is my motion is to approve this item, and when it comes back with the process for CFD formation, that it includes various cost scenarios and mitigations.
I second that.
If I may make a friendly amendment.
Yes.
I would like to include a table of exactly how much the Mello-Roos will cost each resident, with various numbers of money in the bonds and various numbers of housing.
I'm fine with that.
Can that be done, Mark?
Well, I think we need a little bit of clarification on that. I don't think we're at the stage yet where we know that information. So if that's a future goal for us, then we can certainly do that. But if
it seems like it should be easy to do. I mean, you have two set numbers, the number of bonds being issued, the number of people that will have to pay for it. So you also know generally what the interest might be, and I don't see what the difficulty is. If you can explain that to me.
Yes, I think it goes to the question that we were just discussing about whether we can include the community benefits in there. So that may change the numbers.
But I think your point, council member, the actual assessment per lot is part of the formation documents.
Right. So
that'll be something that will be disclosed as part of what the council adopts when they go through the resolution of intent.
So yes, we're hoping to come back in February with a resolution of intent. That's a big deal. what that means is we go in front of this council, we explained in black and white just what individual property owners will be paying, per year on their taxes for the mellow roofs. And we also explain where the money goes and what priority, who's sitting at the top of the food chain, city admin expenses, maybe infrastructure maintenance is number 2 in the food chain, and on down the list. We supposed to come into you and make all that really clear.
So am I understanding that the payments will differ from property to property?
Maybe. The mellow roofs law is really flexible on how you levy the tax. In fact, you can levy almost any way except for ad valorem. That's the only thing that's prohibited. And so there's so many different ways you can tax, for example, a single family home or a condo. You can do it on square footage. You can do it based on number of bedrooms. You can, pick it. Anything that you can have an objective metric on, you can tax on that basis. And one of the issues that I know your staff has been concerned about is having an equitable tax formula, socially equitable, even within the higher income brackets. And so that's something that we need to explain to you when we come back, is exactly what that metric is going to be and how it's going to play out across the whole development.
Yeah, but I still maintain that you can give us a ballpark figure of what the cost might be.
He says you're going to get it in February. That's only 3 months off.
Yeah, I know, but so we're not going to talk about this until February?
I think that's the case.
Okay,
well,
so
we can really make interim reports. The question I would defer to the city attorney on is whether it's a closed session item, because what is likely to happen should this resolution pass is we're going to be in intense negotiations with SunCal, and we can certainly give our electeds good reports on where those are going. The question I want to raise for the city attorney is, should that be a public council session piece or a closed session piece?
I think we would have to understand what aspects are really coming forward. And I think once we have that question, then we can make a determination of what aspects are these really real estate negotiations, such that we could go into closed session in order to get direction. So, but there will need to be public pieces that come forward. I mean, I just want to emphasize that what you're doing tonight is hiring the team that are going to get you the answers to all these questions. So there are many, many terrific questions that have been raised here. And what we're trying to do is hire the people to get you answers.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. I believe the motion was by McLaughlin, the second by Jimenez. So City Clerk, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
yes, then I understand that my friendly amendment was accepted.
I think they said when it comes back, it's going to be in there. So I think
We are going to get it. We are going to get it.
So it's been accepted, correct?
yes. I mean, I think
Thank you.
that's how you want it.
What's your vote?
I already voted yes.
Okay.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
I just want to clarify that I think that we were not entirely clear on the motion, and I'm going to make a suggestion. I'm sorry that we just recall the roll based on the amended motion with the friendly amendment.
All right.
My apologies to the mayor and to the clerk's office.
I will state it again. So, and I'll add on that. So approve the item, and also when it comes back in February, I guess is when it's coming back. So approve the item, and when it comes back, include various cost scenarios and bond risk mitigation, as well as making sure that a breakdown on each homeowner's cost that they would have to pay through the CFD.
Okay, does anybody want to change their vote, having heard that read again? Apparently not, so let's move on. So let's jump back up to I3. Would you read that, City Clerk, please?
Yes, item I3 is to direct staff to draw up a Measure U regulation to provide for the crediting of the rent board fees paid by small landlords with 4 rental units or less, and submit this to the City Council for approval as soon as possible.
So that was put on by council members Martinez and Willis. Would one of you like to introduce it?
Sure. When we passed Measure U, we had placed we had placed a I'm trying to think of the right word, credit for the rent board fees paid by small landlords. We wanted to make sure that that the small landlords, people who own property and are senior citizens who are depending on their small properties to finance their lifestyle, which is minimal. Being retired, I know what that's like. So anyway, this was to correct something that was not included when the Measure U was passed.
Okay, any questions from council members? I don't see any. Do we have any public speakers?
We do not.
I wanted to ask the question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
If this was a charter amendment, how are you proposing that you can make changes without the charter going back to the people?
In our regulations that we did pass, one thing, this was part of the motion before it was supposed to be put on the ballot, so it should have been voted on by a ballot initiative to begin with, but that was just an oversight, and this is correcting that. But I talked to the city attorney's office, and they said that our Measure U regulations allows us to adopt more regulations on top of it, so it doesn't just completely close it out. And our city attorney's office informed us that we are able to adopt a regulation like this, which once again should have been on the ballot initiative to begin with.
You can reduce the taxes, but you cannot increase them.
Correct.
Okay, did you say we had no public speakers?
That's correct.
Okay, a motion, please.
Move the item.
A motion by Willis.
Second.
Second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember
I
Bates.
have a question
Yes.
here.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So the measure as it passed, it already considers some reduction in small landlords, I believe, because right now right now it's from the gross receive a flat fee. So this will be additional reduction on these small landlords. Basically, they won't pay the fee. Is that correct?
The measure was missing that language that was adopted by the council in our August 5th meeting. So it never made it to it. So this is basically correcting what was missing in the ballot initiative and saying that if you own 4 units or less and pay fees to the rent program, then you can credit those fees you pay to the rent program instead of paying the tax itself. In terms of what you're bringing up, I think this is why we're putting this item on the agenda, because it never made it on the ballot for some reason. And I think that was just a clerical error.
We're not voting on the ordinance right now. We're asking staff to draft it and bring it back. Okay, let's call roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, I think we're to item 5. Would you read that? I5, would you read that, please?
Yes, item I5 is to receive a presentation on the cannabis equity assessment and provide input on the draft citywide cannabis equity manual.
Would somebody like to introduce that? This is,
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl,
yes.
Interim City Manager. This evening, we'd like to give you an update. For over the last 6 months, the city has been working collaboratively with SCI Consulting Group and the City Manager's Office and Economic Development Commission, as well as other stakeholders, to develop an assessment that is data informed and examines the history of the current conditions of legalization of cannabis in the city and draws on poverty rates, city demographics, and cannabis-related arrest data provided by the Richmond Police Department. I'd like to specifically thank Thomas Amolo, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, Economic Development Division, Lena Velasco, Community Development Director, as well as the Economic Development Commission, as well as the Economic Development Commission Cannabis Subcommittee, as well as all those stakeholders who have provided input throughout the development of this document. Kyle from SCI Group will present the process and findings this evening. It's important for us to be able to relay this information to you to ensure that the city is in a position to apply for grants that have a December related deadline. Kyle, do you want to go ahead and take it from here?
Yes, I am ready. Thank you,
Okay,
Shasta.
great, thank you. And then KCRT, you have the presentation, I believe, or let me know if I can assist with that. And we appreciate that the hour is late and you have a couple more things on your agenda, so we're going to be very brief.
All right, if we could go to the next slide. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Kyle Tankard, Senior Consultant with SCI Consulting Group. So over the course of the past 6 months, in close collaboration with economic development staff members, we have been working towards developing and implementing a local cannabis equity program here in the city of Richmond. So our work with the city has been broken down into 4 main tasks: the cannabis equity assessment, outreach and education, program development, and program implementation. So tonight's presentation will provide you with an overview of the work completed so far and introduce the council to the draft cannabis equity program manual that we have developed. Next slide. So before I dive into that, I would like to spend a few minutes explaining what social equity means in the cannabis industry and what we're trying to achieve with the development and implementation of a local equity program here in the city. So the cannabis prohibition era and associated criminalization has had a devastating impact on populations and communities across California and including here in Richmond. During this era and even still today, the burdens of arrest and convictions have fell disproportionately on people of color, primarily African American and Latinx populations. While the passage of Prop 64 in 2016 legalized recreational cannabis use and paved the way for the commercial cannabis industry, it really has fallen short on a key purpose intent, which was to reduce barriers to entry into the legal regulated market and correct the past harms associated with cannabis enforcement. So here we are 5 years later. The cannabis industry is now a billion-dollar industry that lacks diversity and opportunity for people of color and those impacted by the war on drugs. So really our goal here in the city of Richmond is to advance economic justice for populations and communities harmed by cannabis prohibition enforcement by promoting equitable access, ownership, and employment opportunities in the cannabis industry in order to address the disproportionate impacts the war on drugs had in these communities. So in 2018, the state passed the Cannabis Equity Act, which provides grant funding for local jurisdictions for the development and implementation of local equity programs, which is partially dictating how we move forward with this process and at the pace and urgency. So earlier this year, the city of Richmond was awarded Type 1 grant funding, so a $75,000 grant to conduct an equity assessment and to develop the city's local equity program. In addition to the Type 1 funding, the state also offers Type 2 grant funding, which allows jurisdictions who have conducted their equity assessment and have either adopted or currently operates a local equity program to request up to $7 million to fund their local equity programs. So these funds can be used to provide direct technical assistance, provide grants, loans to assist equity applicants with startup and ongoing costs associated with starting a cannabis business within the city. So that grant solicitation period is currently open for that next round of funding with applications due December 13th, so in a couple weeks. So really our goal here is to put the city of Richmond in a position to have a cannabis equity program adopted before that date and be eligible to apply for that grant funding. We definitely want to avoid a situation where the implementation of the program stalls due to lack of funding. Next slide. So let's take a look at the results of the cannabis equity assessment and the outreach that was conducted, which really served as the foundation and basis for developing the equity program manual. So the purpose of the cannabis equity assessment is to identify the historical impacts that cannabis-related policies and legalization has had on communities and populations within Richmond. So the equity assessment, through an analysis of police statistics, demographics, poverty, identifies these impacted communities and discusses the common barriers to entry that these individuals face. And ultimately, this report provided policy recommendations that was used to develop the city's cannabis equity program manual. Next slide. In conjunction with conducting the cannabis equity assessment report, a considerable amount of time and effort was spent on conducting outreach, which involved one-on-one stakeholder meetings, 4 public community meetings, multiple presentations to the Economic Development Commission and Cannabis Subcommittee, and the development of the city's cannabis equity website, where all information was posted to that site. Feedback that we did receive from this effort was incorporated into both the equity assessment and the equity program manual. Next slide. So here are the key findings from the equity assessment that was conducted. We were able to obtain cannabis-related arrest data for the years 2018 through 2021. Ideally, we would have liked to analyze a larger time period, but unfortunately, that data was not available and could not be provided to us by the police department. So during this time period, there were 103 cannabis-related arrests in the city. African American and Hispanic populations had the highest percentage of arrests, accounting for 62 and 26% of the arrests respectively. So what's alarming and what stands out here is that African American individuals make up only 20% of the city's total population, but accounted for 62% of the cannabis-related arrests in Richmond, which is nearly 3 times their population percentage. So clearly in just these 4 years, it's evident that there is a disparity in the number of arrests when compared by race. Next slide. So next, we use the location data associated with the arrest data to overlay the higher arrest rates with the economically disadvantaged neighborhoods in the city. So as you can see on this map, the majority of the cannabis-related arrests during this 4-year period occurred in neighborhoods in Central and South Richmond, which are areas of the city with the highest percentage of low-income households. Very few arrests occurred in the Hilltop neighborhoods and the Richmond Hills, where there are a lower percentage of low-income households. So we took this analysis a bit further by looking at the number of cannabis-related arrests that took place in neighborhoods with over 33% of low-income households, and that accounted for 84% of those 103 arrests during that period. So the conclusions we can make from this is that there is a direct correlation between low-income areas and the cannabis-related enforcement and arrests. Next slide. So very quickly, the Cannabis Equity Assessment discusses the barriers to entry to the cannabis industry that impacted individuals face. The barriers identified can be summarized into the following categories: financial, technical, criminal, and other. So one of the—
I think I can watch a little more.
Julian, can you mute yourself, please?
So one of the goals of the city's equity program will be to reduce and eliminate these barriers to entry through the services provided by the city's program. Next slide. So now that we covered the key findings from the equity assessment, I would like to transition to talking about the equity program manual. So cities and counties have several options when it comes to adopting local equity programs. One method is to adopt a program by ordinance and codify it in the city's municipal code. The second option, which has been used by several municipalities, is to develop a cannabis equity program manual that is adopted by resolution. We are recommending that the city move forward with the second option for several reasons. The program manual essentially will act as a living document that gives the city the flexibility to develop, monitor, reevaluate, and update the program over time. Because the program is adopted by resolution, the city can easily update their program. And update their program, which is especially important during these early stages of implementation. So due to these reasons, and in addition to the time constraints of the deadline to apply for state grant funding, we feel this is the best route for the city to take. Once the program is fully realized, city staff members will return to the city council and seek approval of a cannabis equity ordinance. Next slide. So the adoption of the program manual serves the same purpose as the ordinance would be, in that it establishes the city's cannabis equity program. The program manual is structured the same way the ordinance would be. It provides the framework for which the program operates. It establishes the eligibility requirements for the program, the services and benefits that may be available to equity applicants, and how the program will be administered, monitored, and updated over time. Once adopted by city council, city staff will work to develop the specific programs and services offered to equity applicants through the city's program. Next slide. With that being said, I would like to walk you through the components of the draft Cannabis Equity Program Manual, starting with the eligibility requirements, which establishes who is eligible to participate in the city's program. So based on the findings of the equity assessment, next slide. Here, we have established 4 classifications of eligibility to the city's program. So we want to be mindful here of the intent of the program, which is to assist individuals negatively and disproportionately impacted by cannabis enforcement and those in need of assistance, all while ensuring our goal to increase diversity and inclusion into the cannabis industry. So the classifications are broken into 2 major categories: individuals or businesses applying to be equity applicants. So Eligible individuals include classification 1, which prioritizes current or former residents of the city who have been previously convicted of a cannabis-related crime. So 2 important factors here are that we're including current and former residents of Richmond, which recognizes individuals who may have been forced out of Richmond, but also individuals who have immediate family members who have been arrested or incarcerated, and really recognizing the indirect impacts that incarcerations have on immediate family members. The second classification is tied to the findings of the equity assessment, where the results showed a nexus between the areas of high concentrations of low-income populations and a high number of cannabis arrests. So where the first classification gives access to individuals who have been convicted of a cannabis-related crime, we also wanted to ensure access to individuals from low-income communities within the city who had been disproportionately impacted by cannabis enforcement. Next slide. The next 2 classifications pertain to applicants applying as a business. So the third classification reads as follows: a cannabis business that is eligible to participate in the program must be a cannabis business with no less than 51% ownership by individuals meeting the classification 1 or 2 criteria, and that their business resides in the city of Richmond. And then the 4th classification pertains to a cannabis business that will be an incubator and will host cannabis equity applicants at their facility. Next slide. So now that we covered who's qualified for the program, let's talk about the services and benefits that may be provided by the city's program. So this section of the program manual was developed to be intentionally broad to give the city flexibility to provide a variety of services. As I previously mentioned, the program manual does not describe the exact nature of these specific programs and how they will operate and function, but rather gives city staff the authority to develop and implement these programs. When and if the program manual is adopted by the city council, again, staff will begin working on developing these services and benefits to equity applicants. As we know, the city's ability to provide any of these services will largely be dependent on the city securing grant funding from the state or other sources. So here are the services that are currently being considered if funding is available. The first is a technical assistance program that all equity applicants would be required to enroll in. So the direct technical assistance program would provide support and training to help equity applicants and licensees acquire the knowledge and the skills necessary in order to gain entry to and successfully operate in the regulated cannabis marketplace. So this could include training for business development, industry-specific knowledge, regulatory compliance, marketing, things like that. And then next, as we know, financial barriers remain the biggest barrier to entry that equity applicants face when trying to enter the cannabis industry. So the city will look at developing a direct grant or loan program that would provide financial assistance for equity applicants through the grant funding that may be received from the state. Next, expungement assistance services would be provided through the program to assist with the expungement of cannabis-related offenses. Equity applicants would receive priority processing of their permit applications to the city. And then next, equity applicants will have priority access to retail or non-storefront retail cannabis permits should additional permits be made available by the city council. Currently, that maximum is set at 3. And then lastly, the city is looking to implement a workforce development program to recruit and train a qualified, diverse, and local workforce to support these businesses and other businesses within the city. Next slide. So the final component of the equity program manual that I'll be discussing is the administration, monitoring, and reporting requirements of the program. So the city manager's office of economic development will be responsible for the principal administration of the program. The program manual gives the city manager the authority to enter into agreements with qualifying firms to carry out the equity program services on behalf of the city if need be. And then lastly, the program manual establishes a monitoring and reporting requirements for the purposes of understanding the impacts, the successes, and the measurable outcomes and outputs of the program, and also to inform future development of the program. Annual updates on the status of the program will be provided to council, and data will be collected on an ongoing basis. Next slide. So I'll conclude with our next steps, and then we can open this discussion up for council feedback. In order for this process to move forward, the city's equity program must be established and adopted by resolution. So on December 7th, we plan on coming back to council for the adoption of the city's equity program manual. If that can be accomplished, the city will plans to apply for state grant funding by that December 13th deadline. And then from there, the city will work on developing the specific programs and services offered to equity applicants once established. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Vice Mayor Johnson, you have a question.
I'm still muted. Okay. Thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to make sure that I made this statement because as the liaison to the Economic Development Commission and an individual who's been working with Ms. Nurse and the Cannabis Subcommittee, and this was said explicitly by myself and agreed upon by my colleagues when we updated our cannabis ordinance, and it was kind of touched on by Mr. Tankard in regards to the set aside for storefront and non-storefront businesses for the equity ordinance. And I want to make sure that when it's brought back on the 7th, that it's not just a throwaway mention in the presentation, that it's actually a hardline policy, because we all agreed when we updated the cannabis ordinance that we were doing so with the idea that we would have some equity set asides as well. So I need for that to move out of the possibility range and into the most definitely happening range, because that's something that we all talked about and all agreed on. And it seems like now is the time to solidify that. And I want to make sure that that's happening. But in regards to all of the other programs and services that you mentioned, sounds great. Most definitely want to make sure that we apply for these grants that are on the floor, because as you mentioned, access to capital tends to be the largest problem for not just POC cannabis industries, but POC businesses overall. So if there's, state dollars that, that we can get access to, because we can have all of the classes in the world, but if people don't have the money, then that's just that. So I appreciate that. And I do appreciate you for mentioning it, Mr. Tanker, but I just want to make sure that staff knows that when it's brought back on the 7th, that it should no longer be one of those, maybe we're going to do this, maybe we're not. This is something that the council has talked about and agreed upon. So it's time to see some black and white.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I am really glad that we are moving in these directions and that there is a deadline so we can move forward, and also a deadline also to get some funding. I think that is a key part. I have kind of like one question with 3 parts, and is how many cannabis business are in the city and in Richmond? Who owns them, and what is the demographic of the owners?
So those are great questions. So I believe there are either 11 or 12 operational businesses in the city, and part of this process, the Economic Development Commission requested the same information. So we developed a survey and we reached out to each of the owners of the cannabis businesses operating in the city, to try to collect this information. Obviously, we can't require this information, so it's a voluntary survey. We only received response from one of the cannabis businesses. So multiple attempts were made to contact each of the businesses. But this is still information that we are looking to collect, because I think, having that information on hand to understand the impact of the local equity program these are important data points. So we'll continue to work with staff in order to collect this information.
Yeah, I think that it will be important. And also just like who is benefiting from that in terms of like all the whole chain of the cannabis business here in Richmond, and just naming who are the indirect and direct beneficiaries of this industry here in Richmond, and the demographic, because we are talking about equity here, and we want to make sure that if there is no benefit right now around Black and Brown communities benefiting from that that data will help us to see that. And so, yeah, and I am just thinking about really to get more of the police data so we can see more than 2018. I think like I am surprised that we don't have that data, but I'm sure maybe we can work to get that data, and so that further analysis is done. So thank you so much, and yeah, I look forward to getting some more like the presentation and the direction on December 7th. But I really want to have this information about who owns it, the demographics, and overall who is benefiting from that, indirect and direct, in this business in Richmond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Martinez.
Yes, I actually have similar questions. On the stakeholder interviews, you indicate that you interviewed 7 people. So I would imagine that you interviewed at least one person in each sector. So which sector got 2 interviews? Or did you mean you interviewed 7 people in each sector?
It is 7 total stakeholders. So in collaboration with the Economic Development Commission, they were able to generate a list of stakeholders within the city. So we reached out to that list to set up one-on-one meetings with them to discuss the cannabis equity program that the city was developing. So of that list, 7 responded, and we were able to conduct those interviews. So there was potential interested cannabis equity applicants, current cannabis operators, and other interested parties.
Okay, now we all recognize that our experience varies depending on race and economic class. So I think it would be important for us to understand how these interviews were weighed by understanding what the demographics of the people who were interviewed were. Could you share that with us?
Yeah. So is your question what the demographics were?
Yes.
So off the top of my head, I would say 75% of the, or maybe even close to 80 or 90% of the interviews were with African-American individuals.
Male, female?
Both male and female. I don't have the direct.
50-50?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull up that information real quick. So 2 female interviews and 5 male interviews.
Okay. So which one of the categories, sectors got two interviews?
So it wasn't 2 interviews. It was just 7 total interviews with just 7 total interviews.
Okay, so they weren't in, they didn't ever represent the specific sectors that you listed?
No, so it was just a mix of individuals from those different sectors. So some operated cannabis businesses here in Richmond and elsewhere in other cities. Others were a part of nonprofit programs helping create more equity in the cannabis industry. That individual was also a part of the development of the city of Sacramento's core program. Others included just interested equity applicants that had come to the city in the past looking to set up a cannabis business. So that was kind of the demographic makeup. I believe we also interviewed Economic Development Commissioner.
Okay, and what research was done to see what worked and what didn't work in other cities, equity programs?
Yeah, so part of this process, included in the recommendations that are made in the equity assessment report, draws from the equity programs that have been established elsewhere in the state. So we took that in consideration when developing the program manual. But as I mentioned, the program manual essentially provides the structure and format to implement the city's program. From that, the city can draw specific services and benefits for equity applicants. So, you know, what Oakland and Sacramento are doing now is they have dedicated technical assistance programs where equity applicants can enroll in. They receive pro bono legal services through these services. They have dedicated loan and grant programs. And I think something that the city will explore as well as the city of Oakland has provided funding for a shared use manufacturing facility that houses multiple equity applicants. So under the shared roof, they get access to the machinery and materials needed to manufacture cannabis. They learn how to operate that machinery. They learn how to run a business. They learn the requirements of the state and local regulations, and they also provide services that help them get their product to retail stores throughout the state. So those are all areas that we will look towards in developing. You know, once the program has been implemented and city staff begins working on this.
Okay, so from your data, in terms of arrest over the years, where do you think Richmond currently stands in our war on drugs?
I think it's comparable, you know, to the statewide average. I think so. In our analysis, it was 3 times compared to their population percentage. I think the state average is somewhere between 4 to 6%, or 4 times.
And I know you didn't segregate the severity of infractions in terms of the arrests. Could you give me an idea of how many were for just holding, how many were for growing illegally? You know, what was the range of severity, and how did the number of arrests?
Yes, so that the data that we received from the police department didn't break down, you know, in specificity what the arrest, you know, makeup was. You know, we were very limited due to the fact that the police department had recently changed reporting systems. So the way that they were able to access this information was by cannabis-related arrest. And unfortunately, that was the information that we were limited to for this study.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the work you've done.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have 3. I have Dr. Raymond Chimezi, Deborah Small, and Ahmad Anderson. I'll start with Dr. Raymond Chimezi. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. My concern is on the access to cannabis by young people. I don't know how many dispensaries are going to be opened up in Richmond when you consider that already there are over 20-something liquor stores all over here where young people can access tobacco and other drugs that are related, and they can use them. And so this is a great concern in Richmond, where we know that there are some issues that young people encounter. When you allow young people to access drugs, it affects their overall health, brain development, mental health. And we are in a city where not many kids are graduating from school. So why do we want to open up more avenues where they are going to be exposed to drug-related substances that will actually impede their concentration, their participation, and completion of the school? So in this case, I want to know how many more dispensaries are going to be opened in Richmond? And also, how much is invested in education to try to make sure that young people are aware of the health impacts of cannabis or tobacco? As was shown in the report presented by Kyle, we also want to know what kind of offenses that were committed by these young people and at what age they were, so that you can put all these things together. And the through education will be able to stop some other young people coming up to take up this. I want to make sure also that those who are dispensing cannabis are given the education so that they don't make cannabis available to young people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Small. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I want to commend the committee for its work. My name is Deborah Small. I am a Richmond resident. I'm also a member of the Public Safety, Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I'm also a person who worked very diligently on the passage of Prop 64 and have been involved in its implementation on a state level. And so I'm really happy that the city is paying attention to the equity component of Prop 64, because quite frankly, that's been the most difficult to implement. I wanted to note that the speaker started out by talking about the disparity of arrest in Richmond, particularly of Black arrest, where Black people are being arrested at more than 3 times their percentage of the population and represent almost 2/3 of cannabis arrests, and that's even after legalization. I'm curious about what's in the equity plan that's designed to reduce that. It's great for us to address past harms, but we shouldn't still continue to be inflicting disproportionate harm on communities at the same time that we're implementing this new law. I'm also curious about the way in which we're talking about equity as it relates to individual applicants, but not to the specific communities that were also disinvested in as a result of over-enforcement of cannabis laws. So it's important to offer restitution and support to individuals, but we also have to think about reinvesting in those communities of people who just happen to live there, whether they got arrested for this or not. And that includes looking at equity, not just in ownership, but in pricing, and looking particularly at the impact of legal cannabis on special populations like seniors, like marginalized communities who are getting priced out of the legal cannabis market. I hope you all consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, thank you for the time, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I want to echo as the Vice Chair of Economic Development Commission that we surely appreciate the work that was done by Kyle and SCI. However, I think what we ought to also recognize is that this is a great sort of starting point, because many cities have failed, not handed these standard operating procedures. I want to echo what the last speaker mentioned about equity. I want to also echo what is mentioned by Vice Mayor Johnson about making sure that these particular topics stick when it comes back in December, What you can't measure, as we said before, to SCI, you cannot hold accountable. We want to be able to see the demographics. We want to see who's being hired, not only ownership, but who's being hired, what equity those employees have. We want to be able to see the workforce development that enables them not to just sit behind the cash register, but become owners and directors and managers within the organization with a well thought out workforce development plan. And within that workforce development plan, be a priority or a caveat so that those individuals can give back to the community in which they're serving, not just in selling marijuana or cannabis, but being able to develop the communities that the folks live in, as well as the staff that come in within the organization. We appreciate the work. We hope the council can continue to move forward with this and increase the value and economic development and the welfare of the city through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, when I was out there filming the violence, I started filming in 2004. I mean, I was at food code. This one guy sold about 20 bags of high-grade marijuana. I mean, this guy was banking out big time. Then I was in 2 high-speed chases with the police. We caught 2 drug dealers. Most of it, all of it was all marijuana. You know, I mean, you can only have so many marijuana stores in Richmond. You know, this whole thing's blown out of proportion. They think, well, it's medical use and all that. That's a bunch of garbage, because what they do, they go in there and they buy these they buy the marijuana from the stores, then they go out on the streets and they sell it. I mean, you know, just about every day I'm walking down the street, I could smell it, man. People just firing up, you know, everywhere. You know, your average dope smoker starts around about 13, because I started smoking dope when I was 13 and I didn't stop till I was around about 20, you know. But my own personal opinion, I think it's a mistake to have, you know, all these marijuana stores in Richmond. I think, you know, now it's legalized, so I think you should only at least have a couple, you know, have it away from schools and libraries and stuff like that. But, you know, people are still gonna smoking more now because they legalized it. And, you know, if everybody stayed high and get everybody high in Richmond, there won't be hardly any violence. So, you know, my own personal opinion, you know, I don't smoke it no more. I haven't even took any drugs in probably about 25, 30 years. But I don't know, man, you keep on getting high, you know, and there won't be no more violence.
Time has expired. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, this is not an action item. It'll come back for a vote on December the 7th. So I'd like to move on if we could. We still have several agenda items. Councilmember McLaughlin, you look like you want to say something about that.
I just want to say, I haven't spoken on this. I want to thank the consultant who did a great job. It's very important. This really helps with the equitable compensation for those who were impacted by the war on drugs so unfairly and justly over the course of years. And so I'm very happy that this is moving forward. I do want to answer one of the first speakers, I think the very first speaker or one of the first wanted to know how many dispensaries we have. I believe we only have 3 dispensaries in Richmond, and this is not, that would take a different type of action by the council. This doesn't impact that at all. Am I correct?
That is correct. Yes. So currently there's a cap of 3. In order to increase that amount, amendments would have to be made to the city's cannabis ordinance, which regulates how many retail permits and such.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have something else, Councilor Martinez? You got a hand up?
I did. Yeah, I wanted to comment on Mr. Wussberg's notion of street drugs. And there is a problem of drugs being sold on the street, but they're not drugs that are bought at the dispensaries, because the drugs at the dispensaries are far more expensive than the ones that you buy on the street. So I'm curious as to whether or not this study took into account street drugs and how they might impact the economics of the dispensaries. And I also was curious as to how many people attended the community meetings.
So to answer your first question, no, that was not incorporated into the analysis. The assessment that was conducted, followed the state guidelines. And then to answer your second question, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on it. Can you remind me?
I can answer that.
Oh, thank you, Thomas.
For the cannabis assessment, we had 2 community meetings, a day and an evening, and we had 30 attendees. And then for the equity manual, we also had a morning and afternoon and evening session, and that was attended by roughly 20 folks. All recordings for all these meetings are on the city's website and are continuously updated with Economic Development Commission meetings, as well as my contact information to continuously engage with residents who have any questions regarding the cannabis equity assessment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear because Councilmember McLaughlin made a statement that I know not. I thought we were moving. I'm under the impression that we are moving in the direction to amend our cannabis ordinance to increase the number of permits and deliveries with special set-asides for equity applicants. Is that a true statement?
So the program manual, it's written in there that if additional retail permits are made available by City Council, equity applicants will have priority access to those permits.
Okay.
As I was explaining earlier, in order to increase that amount, that has to be a policy decision by council and that would require updating the city's current cannabis ordinance to increase that number.
Okay, and my next statement is in regards to Mrs. Small's statement, Esquire Small's statement in regards to the cannabis arrests that are currently happening in the city of Richmond. And I'm not sure if our deputy police chief is still around, but I'm just, trying to get more light shed on that situation and how we could, kind of curb those arrests from happening, because she's 100% correct. If we're going to be talking about correcting past wrongs, we have to make sure that we're not constantly still perpetuating those same things. And in regards to community benefits for neighborhoods, I think that's another question in terms of what community benefits for all cannabis industry, cannabis owned businesses in the city of Richmond would look like. So yeah, I'm not sure if the deputy police chief is around to kind of shed more light on those arrests or with our policy around that, so we can get a little bit more information. If not, I'll be more than happy to entertain a phone call or an email from the PD in regards to that inquiry.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, no, I just want to follow up and say I would like any information about cannabis related arrests as well. And if there's a way to coordinate with the district attorney's office to see how many of those things actually got processed. Because I actually seem to recall when the state ordinances first passed and I went to go find my friend's stolen car, there was a big bag of weed in that car, and the cops just looked at me straight up and said, "Oh, this is no longer illegal, so I'm just going to leave this here." I'm like, okay, this is a new world that we're living in. So just looking at that situation alone and still hearing that there's cannabis related arrests, that's problematic. And I think that that's something that we need to nip in the bud and actually say we're not arresting people just for carrying cannabis, especially with how racialized this county is, where more Black and brown people get locked up per capita than white people in this county, and arresting people over something that's legal. Sorry, just a bit. Yeah, I just want more information about that. And I think Ben Terrio from the POA might be raising his hand to give input too, if anybody wants to entertain a comment from him.
Okay, we're ready to move on to the next item. Would you read that, City Clerk, please?
Yes, the next item is item I6. Consider whether to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Richmond censuring Mayor Tom Butt for releasing confidential attorney-client privilege information and confidential information discussed during closed session, and directing the city attorney to refer the matter to the Contra Costa County Grand Jury and the Contra Costa County District Attorney.
This is your item, City Attorney. You want to introduce it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item was an item that the council directed me to bring forward to you that was reported out from a closed session item on November 9th. On November 5th of this year, Mayor Butt publicly released the contents, an excerpt from an attorney-client privilege communication on his public e-forum. Then Mayor Tom Butt also on November 9th, contrary to the advice of the city attorney, publicly released confidential information he obtained during a closed session portion of the council meeting that was not required to be reported out under the Brown Act. And there was no vote of the city council to report it out. Then on November 16th, the mayor once again publicly released the entirety of a confidential attorney-client communication, once again on his e-forum. The council did direct me to bring this item forward. This item is to censure the mayor for his actions in disclosing the content of attorney-client privileged information. And the item would also direct me, as requested by the council, to report the matter to the Contra Costa County Grand Jury, as well as the Contra Costa County DA. The implications on having the mayor repeatedly disclose confidential communications creates an enormous problem for the city attorney's office. It makes it very difficult for the city attorney's office to perform its duty to provide confidential legal advice to the council, and therefore makes it very difficult for the city council to make informed decisions on behalf of the city. The city attorney's office is being put in a position of having to weigh whether to provide the city council with candid confidential legal advice, because the city attorney's office is then having to weigh the risk to the city should the mayor decide to make that communication public. So with that, the resolution is there for your consideration. Since the point in time when the city council directed me to bring this forward, I did go ahead and add the 2 additional disclosures of attorney-client privileged information. The council, of course, is free to accept, modify, or reject those additions. And then I would point out for the clerk's office, if this any version of this resolution is approved, there is a misspelling that the mayor has pointed out, and he is correct that publicly is consistently spelled incorrect. So if this item goes forward, it's my recommendation that that correction be made. And with that, that's all I have if there are any questions.
Are there questions from council members? I don't see any. Are there public speakers?
Yes, I have one public speaker. I have Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Now, if I stand corrected, a while back there was a conversation between I think McLaughlin and the lawyer. They had this little scam going here, and the lawyer kept saying, "Oh, that's confidential." there is nothing confidential between a council member talking to a lawyer. Wasn't that something? I think I remember hearing something about that. I mean, then I read in the in one of the newspapers that the city council wants to censor the mayor. Now, you cannot censor anybody. Now, if the mayor did break any laws, then file a lawsuit, file a complaint, go to the DA, file charges against him if he broke the law. You know, and you have the RPA, they want to censor the mayor, they want to censor everybody because they want to implement their own type of government because they don't even believe in any constitutional laws on the First Amendment, because that bitch McLaughlin kicked me out of the city council so many times, and I told her I have the right to speak. She goes, no, you don't. You don't have the right to speak. Get out of here. Then another time, that bitch McLaughlin goes, I'm warning you. You don't be talking about that. Remember, you slut? Remember what you did, McLaughlin? Now, I don't know what kind of games you playing, but like I say, nothing's confidential between a council member talking to a lawyer. But I think we have to go back. I said, you remember when you talked about that, Mayor, that you read some type of ordinance or some type of law that nothing's confidential between talking about something between a council member and
Your time's expired. Thank you. There's no more speakers.
That was the last speaker?
Yes.
Okay, so before we call for the vote on this, I just want to say to Ms. Stricker that in my opinion, you're a despicable person. You're an incompetent and unethical attorney. I am so glad you're leaving, and I feel so sorry for any client that you serve in the future. Instead of wishing you the best, I'm going to wish you the worst. So with that, let's vote.
I wanted to make a statement.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Benson.
This is most unfortunate that we would spend time dealing with this situation. Everybody know who Tom is. Half of his stories he print, people like or don't like. He's a columnist. And I just think that we're just wasting time, and we have too many more important issues to deal with than to resort to censoring one person or another and so forth. I didn't vote for doing it because I think we need to be looking at trying to unify this council as opposed to tearing it apart. And each time we take on one another in a derogatory manner and want to file a lawsuit and so forth, it's just not good governing. Tom, I wish you hadn't made that last statement, because you got to stop digging a hole for yourself. There are sometimes what we feel and what we think is just best to keep it to ourselves. Don't make it public. And like I say, I'm sorry it's come to this point, but I think that we need to start unifying this council as instead of tearing it apart. So I will be voting no on the motion.
Councilor Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to respond, contrary to my colleague, I wanted to say to Ms. Teresa that I actually do appreciate your work, appreciate all the advice you've given me, the rest of the council, and all the conversations that we've had. It's been more in-depth and intuitive than some of our other previous city's attorneys that have come in, and I do appreciate the communication. And I do hope that as we're transitioning, we keep in mind that the more we end up abusing employees and doing personal attacks, the harder it's going to be for us to actually get good quality candidates that our city actually deserves. And I hope that the culture of this council can change to where we can give critiques without being personal or tearing people down, and not shooting the messenger just because we don't like the advice that they're giving us, but we actually take it as their best professional advice and make our policy decision from there, because at the end of the day, the decision lies with us on what we want to do. We can take the advice, but we don't have to abuse the person giving it to us. And I do believe that our city attorney has suffered some of that from this board, and I want to apologize for that, and I wish you the best in whatever ventures that you go into. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Teresa, for your professionalism and for the advice. I had been learning a lot from you. And actually, I had to stand up because you were treated and you had been treated really disrespectful. And that should not be the case, especially for women here. I think like there is a misogynist message here that say that it's okay to attack women. And nobody is standing out for that. And I feel like compelled to do it one time because I disagree that the staff is treated like that. So I wish you the best, and I will look forward to seeing you in your new part of your career. And yeah, and I agree with Council Member Willis that we need to start changing their attitude, because as this transition, we need to recruit people that are good and willing to do the job. And with this kind of behavior, it's going to be very difficult. So wish you the best, and yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate something that I've said before in regards to this entire situation. It's not about one individual. It's about the law. And none of us are above the law. I don't care what kind of privilege you were raised with. I don't care how much money you have or what position you think you may hold in today's society. We all have to answer to the law. And as elected leaders of this city, we most definitely have to adhere to the rules and regulations of the governing body. This is, once again, not about one individual. This is about the law. And if any of us were to ever break the law in such fashion, I hope the same actions will be taken as just as swiftly. Much like when the House Democrats were asked to impeach President Donald Trump for breaking the law, it was not about one man, it was about the law. And much in the words of California Representative Maxine Waters, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can tackle those big issues and handle this breaking of the law at the same time. And we plan to do such thing. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
I believe Councilmember Martinez had his hand up first for a while.
Look, I'm getting tired of you guys telling me who had their hand up first. First of all, looking at my screen, the hands don't have numbers on them. I can't tell who put their hand up first. And I just get tired of this stuff. Everybody gets to speak. I don't know why you guys have to posture and jockey around about who put their hand up first. I called on you, McLaughlin. You can speak or not speak.
I'll speak, Mr.
You're not the mayor anymore. You don't call, you don't decide who speaks.
I realize that. I thought I was being respectful.
Well, go ahead and speak then.
Fine. I wanted to simply say, first of all, I know Teresa has one more meeting with us on December 7th, so I will save my farewells for then. I want to thank her for putting this resolution together. And I agree with what Vice Mayor Johnson said about this is about the law. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Councilor Martinez.
Ms. Stricker, I know that we haven't always agreed, but we've always been respectful to one another. And I believe that decorum is essential for city councils to operate in a just manner. When someone abuses their position to call people hypocrites or to call people incompetent, they are abusing their position. We talk about a city council that works together. I see a city council that is working together. There just happens to be an individual who chooses not to. We can disagree. When I was on the opposite side and everything I was presenting was vetoed or not considered, I didn't call people hypocrites. I didn't call them incompetent. I didn't, I accepted the will of the majority, and I hopefully accepted it graciously. We have Rosenberg's rules, and Rosenberg's rules says that we need to treat each other with decorum, respectfully. And the sooner that we can do that, the sooner we can operate as a city council should. So I appreciate everything that you've done, Ms. Stricker. And if there's anything I can do to facilitate your last days, you can count on me. Thank you.
I'll move the item.
I second.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that last group of speakers. First of all, Vice Mayor Johnson, this is not about law. This is personal. And this is not the first time you guys have done something like this. A year or so or more ago, you had a discussion, and I was there. You tried to throw me out, but I wouldn't leave. You had a discussion about the investigation that the former city manager was doing on me. She spent $75,000 unauthorized, contrary to the charter. Spent 2 years on an investigation that was finally revealed that it totally exonerated me, totally, absolutely. And then when I made that public, I got criticized by the city attorney for releasing confidential information. I mean, that is just so bad. And what you're doing now is just personal. And I take it personal. And I got to tell you, any of you guys who vote for it, in my opinion, you're despicable too.
Call the question.
So let's call the question. Let's take the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
This is not personal. Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
What's personal is
The
talking
motion
about people in
passes.
articles.
And this is, we are now at 11 o'clock, and we're going to have a motion to continue this meeting if we're going to do it.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second?
Second from Johnson.
Okay, let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Jimenez and McLaughlin voting no.
Okay, let's go home.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Turkey Day.
And all of you a bunch of turkeys.
I was coming over for some macaroni and cheese and dressing, Nat. I know you got
come on
some.
over. I got black eyed peas too.
I know, and I know they got some ham hocks in it. I'm coming over.
Bye, everyone. Have a nice holiday.
Bye.